Hello and welcome to a brand new series of game development tutorials on how to make your own visual novel style game in Unity. This video tutorial series will guide you through everything you need to know, and I'll even provide all the scripts and assets to you along the way for free. Remember to subscribe and click the notification bell to stay up to date with every tutorial I upload, and feel free to leave a comment or drop a like. I also have a Patreon page where you can help be a part of this channel, and you'll find all the assets and scripts we use in this series there too, along with plenty of other things, and you can also join as a free member. So, the game we'll be building in this series will be in the style of a visual novel, which, as you may have noticed by the thumbnail for this video, is quite common in Japanese gaming culture, but it is enjoyed by some fans in the West, so it's going to be quite focused and unique. We'll be making it for free, and it will cost you absolutely nothing as long as you put your mind to it. So, who is this tutorial series for? Well, it's going to be aimed at newcomers to the game development world as well as intermediate developers. I will take you from a beginner level to an intermediate level by the end of this series. And even if you're a veteran to making games, stick around to see just how we tackle different things and the different methods that we use to achieve the desired effect. So, this first tutorial will explain how to get Unity on your PC. We'll explore the hub, and we'll get acquainted with the engine interface itself, and even start inserting some objects into our game. So, how do you get Unity? Simple. Go to unity.com, click download, and what that will do is it will download the hub. And the hub looks a little something like this. You can see I have my projects here, and over on the left hand side, you have something called installs. It's vital to have an install. What this is the engine itself. Different versions come with different features. If you go back many, many years, 2017, you'll have a different looking Unity. If you're using Unity 2021, it'll look a little bit different again. 2022, it'll look different again. And in the future, Unity 6, they'll all look a little bit different, but fundamentally, they are the same. What you'll need to do is you'll need to click Install Editor, and then you can select whatever version you want. I would recommend sticking with the most recent stable version. So, once we've got our Unity installed, how do we create a project? Real simple. Big blue button up here, New Project. Once you've got that selected, because this is going to be a visual novel style game, we'll be building this in 2D. So you just need to select the 2D built-in render pipeline. You could theoretically select 3D or anything else. It doesn't really matter too much because you can still use the same techniques, but because we are going to aim for 2D, we're going for this one right here. You can name your project, so call it Visual Novel Game or whatever you want to call it. Select your folder location where you want to save it, and then you can select the organization if you're online. So your organization is just your account that you've logged into Unity with. That's all. You can then either connect to Unity Cloud if you want to, and you can use the version control again if you want to. It's entirely up to you. They're not important. Well, they are important, but they're not vital to what we are doing in this development series. Once you're happy, click Create Project. And once you do that, you'll have something that looks a little like this after a couple of minutes of the project building itself up. What is this? This is the main development engine, Unity. There are a couple of different things that we can see on screen which may look a little bit daunting to newcomers to game development, but don't worry about them. They look confusing, but they're really not. Over here, we have the hierarchy panel. And the hierarchy panel is a great place to store all of your assets in your game. Basically, you can see them via words, hence we've got a main camera. And what are assets? And what happens if I click this? Well, you can see it highlights this right here. And what is this right here? This is the scene view. The scene view is where we can build our game visually. So any assets that we bring into our game, we bring into the scene view and we can see it right here. A couple of different things you can do with the scene view. You can select the little hand tool here and you can move yourself around. You can also hold the middle mouse wheel to do the same thing. You can roll the mouse wheel back and forth to zoom in, zoom out. And the right mouse button again will pan around, same as what the middle mouse button will do. In a 3D environment, it does behave a little bit differently, but because we're in 2D, don't really need to worry too much. This icon here will allow you to select things, and you can see that we do indeed have an X and a Y positioning. However, even in 2D, we do still have the option for a Z or Z axis. We don't need to worry too much about it right now, it isn't too important. We just need to understand that this scene view is where we see all of our assets and where we build our game. Speaking of game, this next tab along up here, this is where we can play our game. We can play our game in here to test it, to debug it, without having to build the whole game up and play it through the application. We can play it in Engine to test it out. Over here is the inspector panel. What is the inspector panel? Best way to put it is this is where all the information about your assets that you have selected is stored. So for example, we have our main camera selected here, and this is all the information that we currently have attached to our camera. And each of these sections is known as a component. Every single asset will have at least one component which is called the transform component, and this dictates where it is, which way it's facing, on how big or how small it is. Position, rotation, and scale. So you could change these whenever you need to. Obviously, because this is a camera, we have a camera component, and we can set different things that we need to here. As we go through game development for this series, we probably will change a couple of camera settings, but right now, they don't need to be really changed. They're good as they are. And what is the camera? That just basically renders whatever we've built. Down here, we have the project panel. Now, the project panel is where we store all of our assets. What's an asset? Well, an asset can be pretty much anything. It can be a picture, it can be a script, it can be an audio file, it can be an animation, anything at all, really. And all these things put together is what builds up our game in the scene view. So we store them all here, hopefully neat and tidy in these folders. Next tab along, we have the console. The console is a great tab to look at whenever you have problems debugging your game. So you'll have all the errors. Let's say you've created a script and something's not right with it. You try your game, you're not sure what's gone wrong. This console will display what the error is, not necessarily how to fix it, but where you should look to try and fix it, and then you can debug it from there. So later on in development, this console will become vital to how we develop. Next is a tab that you may not have because by default it may not necessarily come with your build. It is the animation tab. And the animation tab is a great way to create very simple but effective animations in Unity. So if you want to animate, let's say, in a 3D world, your playable character to swing his sword, jump up and down, do this, that, and the other, the animation tab is not really designed for that. You could do it, and you can edit things that way, but to create an animation from scratch, it's more designed for simplistic animations, let's say like fading and simple movements, things like that. But we will be using this animation tab later on in development. So if you don't have it, all you would need to do is click on these three little dots here, click on Add Tab, and then you can go down to Animation. And it will click it right here for you. But if you don't like it here, you can detach it. Easy. Drag and drop any tab anywhere in Unity. So I love the versatility of that. And if you like it how it is originally, then follow how I do it. I'm going to keep my layout of Unity the same as how it comes by default. But if you don't want to, you can put your hierarchy over here next to your inspector panel if you wanted to. You get it how you want it, how you feel comfortable working. Now, I know a lot of people who are already in the game development world will recognize this layout because it's very similar in all different engines, whether you're using Godot, Unreal, Unity, whichever, they all look very, very similar. So now we've got used to all these panels, what else should we look at before we start developing anything? Well, if we go to File and go to Build Settings, here we can see everything we need to know about our target platform. So currently our target platform is Windows, Mac, Linux, as indicated by the little Unity icon right here. But you can develop for any platform. So whatever you build in Unity can be ported to any platform at any time, providing you have the modules and the licenses. So for example, if you wanted to build for PS4, you would need to get the license for that, and you would also need to install the platform module. Now, all you would do is just click the button, sort out your license. You'd go through Unity for all that, speak to Sony, do all whatever else. But for all intents and purposes, we are building for PC in this tutorial series. However, we will also be making it dual platform. So we are going to make this playable on mobile devices. So let's say, for example, Android. Everything we do is going to be playable on Android, on an Android phone, for example, at the same time as being on a PC. If you wanted to switch to Android at this point in development, you would just click on Switch Platform. If you weren't happy, you could always go back to Windows, Mac, Linux, and switch platform again. Option would be here, and you would switch it. You can switch at any point during development. Just keep in mind, though, the longer you develop a game for, further into development, the longer it will take to switch platform. In the case of this game, I don't think it'll take too long to switch platform at any point because it's not going to be a graphically intensive, massive, huge game. It's just going to be quite simple in that respect. So let's keep this as it is for now, or switch to Android or whatever if you want to. And there are plenty of other options to explore within Unity, but we will come to those as and when we need them. We have pretty much all the basics in place now, so let's add something to our game. Let's add a game object. So let's go to Game Object, UI, and let's go to Raw Image. Now you can see that this raw image looks huge as opposed to our little frame here. If we go to Game View, you can see that realistically it doesn't cover it too much. However, if we go to our main camera, you can see that it covers just that there. So we need to now adjust our objects to kind of fit within the game window. There are many different ways to do that, but one clever thing that we can do so we can get a view of what it looks like in the game at all times is do what we did earlier. Let's uncouple the game tab and let's snap it over to the right side. So we can see the game view at the same time as we can see the scene view. So what can we do here? Well, let's adjust a couple of things. Let's select the Rect tool here and let's expand that just a little bit. So what we've done there is we've expanded our camera view to be more in line with our scene view, as you can see right here. So it is kind of square, so it has become square. So now let's take our raw image and let's zero out the position. And this will put it dead center of our scene. So 0, 0. And you can see right there, dead center. So 0, 0, 0 on the X, Y, and Z is always dead center of your scene. And if we double click this raw image now, you can see it focuses it on the scene view. And if we zoom out, we can see now there is our game view. So now I'm going to reattach the game view next to the scene view. Oh, well, I didn't want to uncouple it, but hey, that's uh, that's not really helpful. Anyway, if we press play, we can see once it started building, it's thinking about it, that everything will turn a slight shade of grey darker. And it really is thinking about that, isn't it? Sometimes Unity might do this. It's just kind of building things. It's not really a concern. There we go. So as you can see, if we press play now, we get the full game view and everything has gone just that tad little bit darker. So if we press play now, you'll see that it goes a little bit lighter. And there are many, many different things that we can do. So if that, you see what I did there? If you click on that little button that we had there and click on default, it will redo everything that it had done. So what can we do now? Well, not too much really, because a lot of game development requires assets like I spoke about earlier. We can change some size of this. Let's change this to 300 by 300. So what we've done there is change the height and the width of this object to 300 by 300. Now we could move it down here and you'll see that things are starting to snap with different colors. You'll see oranges and blues. And what that means is the objects are aligning and snapping into position. Remember, we still have our Rect tool just here. So Back into game view, you can see that this object is now over on the right side of the screen. So last time we had this object right here, and it's just a raw image. It's just a big white square. But how do we make this big white square into character? It's actually very simple. We need to import some assets. What are the assets we're going to import? Well, they're just basically going to be images, but it's how we use those images to change them into actual game assets. So what we need to do is make sure that all of our assets in this window down here are tidy. So we have this assets folder and we have the scenes folder. And this sample scene is what we're in now. By default, Unity will always give you that sample scene. But we need to make sure we are in this assets folder. Let's right click, create, and click on folder. Let's call this folder characters. So this particular folder will store any character assets we use. And we've got quite a few that we're going to use because we're going to have different characters throughout this visual novel. And the first one we're going to import is going to be we'll call it Kasumi. Obviously, this is Japanese focus, so I think that's an appropriate name. So I'm going to drag and drop this folder into the characters folder. And I didn't want to do it then. Let me try that again. There we go. So it'll give it just a second to kind of import everything. You'll have that little progress bar going along. And if you click the link in the description or in the pinned comment, it will take you to my Patreon page where it'll tell you where to get these assets. So remember, any scripts, any assets we use, head over to Patreon, you'll be able to get them there. So once that's imported, what is in there? Well, if we go in, we'll see we have a couple of different folders. And what these folders represent is different states our character is in. So obviously in a visual novel game, they can be happy, sad, frustrated, angry, eyes open, eyes closed, all kinds of different things. So we need to have various iterations of our character. And our character that we're going to put in this particular image is going to be one of these. So let's just select this one for now. Now we can't just drag and drop the asset into the scene because it's not going to quite work as we intend it to. So what we can do is if we select raw image here, and if you look down here, you can select a texture. Now you could either select the little button next to it and find the right texture, or you can drag and drop right there. Now, the way this is set up, you may come across an instance where they do not appear as like a PNG. You know, their background is non-existent in this case. So let's explore if that is the case. So let's have a look at this image. And you can see that for me, the texture type is Sprite 2D and UI. Now, for some, it may be displayed as default. So what I'm going to do is set this one as default and click Apply. Now you'll see that this asset now has a white background. So you can tell right there that this particular asset is not set up correctly for the style of game we're doing. It needs to be a sprite. So if that is the case for your textures, what you would need to do is up here, texture type, set it back to sprite, 2D and UI, and then click on apply. Now, if we go to our game view, it doesn't look fantastic. So we need to change the visual aspects of what our character looks like. So if we go back to our scene view, click on our character, and let's select the move tool. Now, what we can do is rather than try and find the asset in our asset window, we can click on it right here and it will highlight it for us down below. And if we click again, we need to change one of the settings in here. See this one down here where it's got advanced generate bitmap? Click it so it's ticked and then click on apply. Now it will present it a little bit better. However, in its default state, Unity still doesn't quite display it correctly. So what we need to do is make sure our scale is set to 1 rather than 1.3. Now, this doesn't have much of an impact when it comes to building the game itself. It's only when we're trying to develop the game inside Unity that this, not really error, but this setting will allow it to look a bit funky. So what you need to do is here, where it has free aspect, drop that menu down and untick low resolution. And what that will do is it will refocus everything within the game view, and it'll allow us to build one to one against how the game looks. So now you can see she looks a little bit better. She'll look much better once we have a proper background and a proper game in place, but that's beside the point right now. So, what can we do with our character right here? Well, what we can do is let's expand her so she's a little bit bigger. So let's have her set as 500 by 500. And you can see that she's kind of off the edge of the screen there. So let's use our rect tool to just realign her in the correct position. And we'll have her just there. Head back to the game view, and there we go. It's starting to look like a visual novel already. So let's explore some of these other assets, but I don't really want to get rid of Kasumi over here. So what I am going to do for now is I am going to rename this one. So you can either press F2 or right click and rename, and let's call the character Kasumi. Let's have confused. Now what can we do? Well, let's hold control and press D. And what that will do is duplicate. Now if we select our move tool, we can drag that duplicate out. Now remember, it won't snap into position unless you use the rect tool. So let's snap it up against the left side. And there's two of her now, twins. Let's now have this character facing the other way. How do we do that? Well, this is the beauty of over here, basically. Simple as that. So let's look on the rotation here. X, Y, and Z. Well, what happens if we rotate the Y by 180? She faces the other way. What we've done there is rotate the image so it is quite literally the inverse of the original. So there's literally no difference between them apart from that one is technically backwards. And that's how we can have it as, she could be on either side of the screen. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, you could always find some assets that have many more different versions of a character, but we're using free assets here, so we need to work with what we've got. There are different things that we could do. So we could have a different one in here. So let's choose this one. And there we go. So remember, because we've used that now, you see how it looks a little bit different. This one looks nice and smooth and in line with our game. This one's a bit jagged. Do you remember those bitmaps? So anytime that you use an asset, generate those bitmaps, apply, and it will look more in line with how it's supposed to. Excellent. So there are different things that we're going to have to do with this. I think the main feature is making sure that everything is aligned correctly. And to do that, we need to make sure that our canvas is set correctly as well. So all this time, I've kind of brushed over the canvas itself. So I think it's time to explain what the canvas actually is. So you'll notice all the objects we've added so far are inside the canvas, apart from the event system. The canvas you can think of as the be-all and end-all of what is displayed for UI. So anything UI generated will be displayed on the canvas. Think of it as Unity's drawing board. So it's all good, but how do we make this canvas so it fits the screen correctly? Because let's face it, right now it's primitive, it's set, but it's not perfect for exporting. So if we were to export this game now, it would look a bit weird. So let's go to the canvas and let's go down here. So you have a render mode here. Screen space, world space. Changing these different things will give you different views on things. So you could have the camera, you could have it as an overlay. It doesn't really matter too much. You could have it pixel perfect. The good thing is, if you hover over some things, it will give you a little description of what they are. We don't really need to worry too much about any of this at the moment. The one thing we do need to worry about is the canvas scaler. This is important to getting it to display on pretty much any screen. What we need to do, instead of having it a constant pixel size, we need it to scale with the screen size. And you'll see when you do that, it will change how things look here. And it's important to make sure that by default you have a resolution which is pretty standard. And I would say 1080 is pretty standard. So what we need to do is change the X to 1920 by 1080. And then we need to make sure that we match the width and the height perfectly in the middle to gauge the perspective pretty much perfect. So we need to set it as 0.5. Now you'll notice at this point, the characters look like they have gotten much smaller. But if we go to game view, yeah, they're still smaller, but they still look okay. So we just need to realign these characters to where they should be. So there and there. But you may need to change the scale as well. So let's change Kasumi to 1000 by 1000. Is that too big? That might be too big. Actually, it might not be too big because if we go to our game view now, uncouple it and increase, you can see just how much it will scale correctly with the game. So if we shrink it, she scales once again. She doesn't stay that constant size. So 1000 by 1000 does seem a little bit big. So I'm going to get rid of Kasumi Confused, and we're just going to focus on the original one for now. Let's have her as 600 by 600. And let's stick her down in the corner and snap it. I say it does look a little bit small, doesn't it? So what happens if we uncouple our game? Yeah, I think we do need to make her a little bit bigger. 600 by 600 is probably too small. So it's at this point where things will probably start clicking in place for you and you'll start designing your game how you want. You'll find the correct measurements that you need. So lastly, let's actually save our scene. So hold Control, press S, or go to File and Save Scene. Remember that this is the sample scene, so you don't need to save as, it will just save the scene. So last time we had our character over here, and we've done a bit of work to make sure that everything looks fairly decent, as much as it can be for now. So we want to make this now look better. We want to make it look more like a game. We want it to sound more like a game as well. So we're going to bring in the first of two assets right now. We're going to bring in another image, which is going to be the background. So instead of this blue, we're going to have it as something else. So let's go to our assets folder here and let's right click, create folder. So we've got a new folder here because this is going to be all for our backgrounds. So we'll have this as background, just background img, short for image, I guess. And in this folder, I am going to drag and drop this image. And you can get this image if you want. If you go to the pinned comment or the description, there'll be a link there to the Patreon page where you can go and download this asset for free. So, what do we do now with this? Well, this image itself is not the best thing in the world. It's just something I managed to create using AI. You can use any image you want. You can go ahead and create your own AI images. Like I say, you can use this. There's no copyright on this. You're free to use it as you want. But to get this into our scene to make it useful, we have to create another image. So let's go to Game Object, and let's go to UI, and let's go to Raw Image. Now, much in the same way as we dealt with our character, Kasumi there, this is going to be the same sort of thing. So as we've added this in now, let's name it straight away. Let's have this as Classroom Back. And what we want to do is we want to make it so as it covers a whole scene. So let's drag and drop this image over here onto the texture, and it's very small right now. We're not going to use the rect tool to change the size of it. We're going to use the move tool and we're going to adjust this accordingly. So let's have this as probably 1920 by 1920, I think we'll go for. And let's see how that looks. So one thing to keep in mind is the actual order of everything you see is important. So you can see that as we've added this new image, it's below Kasumi in the canvas. And this is important because if we move it upwards, Kasumi will now appear in front of it. So the ordering of what you have in the canvas is important because whatever is further down is rendered foremost in the scene. So whatever is at the top of the canvas, i.e. in this case, the classroom back image, that is rendered first. Next layer is going to be Kasumi, and then next layer will probably be the text box when we create that. So let's now put the position on the X and Y as 0 and 0. And right now, because our game view is not actually in the correct scale, it does have these at the side. Now, there's things you can do. Do you remember when we played around with this free aspect and change things around? You can change that if you want to. You can keep it as free aspect, or you can zoom in with the image a little bit more. So, for example, if we wanted to have the image as, let's say, 2100 by 2100, still a bit small, but I'll do it 2200 and see how that looks. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. Maybe I could move it up just a little bit to about there. Maybe not. It's up to you how you want it to look. Like I said, you don't necessarily have to use these same images that I do. You can get your own from wherever. So let's click on Game View now, and let's click on this school back. Now, as we've imported it into a 2D environment, it has automatically selected it as a sprite. Now, do you remember when I spoke about if you import it, it may do it as default? Well, let's set it to default and press. In fact, no, we don't want to press play yet, do we? We want to apply and then press play so we can see our game view rendering. In some instances of images, it doesn't make a difference whether you do have it as a sprite or whether you have it as the default image. As you can see, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. So let's press play again to stop that view. Let's head back into scene view. Let's go back onto our school background. Let's set it back to 2D and UI. And let's generate bitmap and apply. Now, this will make it ever so slightly smoother, I think is the right word to probably use in this case. But again, it could be worth playing around with some of these settings to make sure you get the kind of background and feel that you would want. So let's go on this classroom back object up here. And now let's play around with the color. So far we've only put a texture in there, but what happens if we change the color from that white to something else? Well, if you set it as gray, it starts appearing darker. So you could use that to your advantage because you could technically use the same image, put a blue kind of hue on it to give it a slightly evening sort of look, I guess, or you could put orange on it. I think that's more evening, isn't it? I think the orange kind of look is more evening, and the blue kind of look is maybe more night time, I guess. So I'm going to have it as more of an orange hue. So there's how it originally looks, and we're going to put it about there to make it look a little bit more in the evening. Because this first scene that I want to put together is based kind of on the evening. So, what can we do now? Well, I think it doesn't look too bad, considering it's only third tutorial in, but it doesn't sound any good. So, let's add in some audio assets. So, let's head back to our assets folder, right click, create, folder, and let's call this audio. And now in this audio folder, we're going to create another folder because there are two different types of audio that we can use. We can use music and we can also use sound effects. And if we were putting voice in it, there'd be a third option of voice lines. We may put some voice in it, not quite sure yet. But for now, we just want to create some music. So what we'll do is in the audio folder, right click, create folder, And I'm just going to call this BGM, short for background music. And what I want to do is let me think, how can I do this? Let's just drag and drop rather than try anything else. The good old tried and tested drag and drop. So this music file will be part of the same pack as the image that we brought in. Again, link is in the description and in the pinned comment. You can go and get it from there. And all we need to do is apply this music to an object. Now, we don't just apply it to any object. The best way of doing this is ordering the objects in the hierarchy in a logical sense. So what I mean by that is if we go to game object, create empty, and call this audio. And on that now, if you right click on audio, and you can then create empty again, it will create a child object. Let's call this BGM. And what we'll do is we will drag and drop this BGM onto there. So now we have applied our music right here to the scene. So if we were to press play, it would indeed play. So let's go over here and press play. Give it a second just to render everything together. Now this may come across quite loud, or it may not come up on the recording at all. Hopefully you can hear that. Okay, so we've got our music in there. What else can we do with it? Well, we could change the volume, have it a little bit lower. We can change the pitch as well. These are two options that I feel can really make or break some audio assets within Unity. So we've lowered the volume a little bit so it's not quite so prominent, and we've increased the pitch by 51%. We've set it to 1.51. If we press play now, it will sound very different when it renders. Now, if you can hear that, I don't like how that sounds at all. That doesn't quite sound right. So I'm going to set the pitch back to 1. In fact, I'm going to have it as 0.9. So it's going to be a slightly lower pitch. And let's see how that sounds. Hopefully it's not too bad. There we go. I think that fits it a little bit more. So we'll keep those settings as they are. Now, obviously, you don't have to use the same music that I use. You can use your own. You can go ahead and do what you want. Play around with the settings as well. One thing that is ticked here is play on awake, and we are going to leave play on awake ticked. Basically, that means that whenever the scene starts, the music will start straight away. We'll also tick loop, so it continually plays. So once it gets to the end of the track, it will play once again because we want it to keep going. We don't want the music to suddenly stop. That would seem quite jarring. So at this point, it does start to look like a visual novel, as we would expect. But it's still a long way to go. So, firstly, what I want to do is I want to get our next character in place because I want a conversation to start occurring between two characters in this room. And I want this to be the starting scene of it all. So, I'm going to go to my characters folder and I'm going to drag and drop the next character, which is going to be called Haruka. Drag and drop into Unity, give it a second to import. And I will leave a link in the pinned comment and in the description for you to go and download this for free. So once it's imported, we can do something kind of cool. So we did it a couple of tutorials ago where we duplicated our character right here. And we're going to do the exact same. So I'm going to take Kasumi Confused, hold Control, press D to duplicate, and obviously there is 2 of her now. I'm going to call this, just for now, Haruka. And obviously, you can call your characters whatever you want. You don't have to have it the same as me. So let's go into Haruka. Let's have eyes open, and let's just select this one right here. Drag and drop onto Haruka. It would help if I actually had it selected, wouldn't I? So we can drag and drop on the texture. So let's drag and drop on the texture over there. And let's move Haruka over here. So now on the game view, we can see we do indeed have 2 characters. But do you remember what I said about bitmaps? It's always good to have it. So let's make sure we have the right texture set. And let's go on to generate bitmap. and apply. And that will give our asset a smoother look. And that looks about normal. So the idea what's going to happen here is we'll come up with a scene where, one character is there, says, "Where's the other?" And then the other one walks in. So to do that, we need like a fading in screen to kind of fade us into where we're going. So we need a folder to store all of our animations. So in our main assets folder, right click, create, and let's go to folder. And we'll call this animations. So, how do we create it so as our screen fades in? There's actually many ways of doing it, but the simplest, easiest, and most versatile, weirdly, is to put an image on top of it all and then use that image to fade into a screen. So, to do that, we go to Game Object, let's go down to UI, and let's click on Raw Image. And yep, it's just a white dot in the middle of the screen, much in the same way as it was with our characters and our backdrop. Let's name it Fade In. Now what we need to do is change the color tone of it. So we did it with the background, if you remember, we gave it that orange kind of look, but we need to change this one to black. I mean, you could have it as white or any color if you wanted to. It doesn't really matter too much because it's not specifically the color that we'll be changing within this animation. So let's keep that as completely black. Next, what we need to do is we need to set an anchor point for it. So if we go to Kasumi and Haruka, we haven't actually set any anchor points yet. So we will get to their anchor points at the end of this tutorial. But for now, we need to make sure that the anchor point for this one is set as stretch. What is an anchor point? Is, in simple terms, where the object will appear by default. So any relation to its position at this point will always be based on dead center. If we were to have it top left, its position would be in relation to up there. So to give you an idea of what that means, if we were to set the top left as its anchor point, it would appear dead center of the top left position. If we were to have dead center and zero out the position, it would appear dead center. So the object appears at the center of any particular anchor point as long as its position is 0, 0. Like I say, we need this to be stretched because we need to always cover the entire screen. So we need to make sure that the top left is 0 and bottom and right is also 0. So if we go to game view now, it literally just does look black. This is where we need to create that animation now because we need to fade that screen in. How do we do that? Well, there are many different ways that you can do it. I mean, there's animations that you can import, you can do it different ways, but the easiest, simple way is to use the animation tab. I think I did go through it in the very first tutorial. So let's just recap. If you don't have it, 3 dots, add tab, animation. And what we need to do is make sure that we are in our animations folder here. On the animation tab, click on create. And I'm going to call this fade in. And then we need to make sure we click on this little button here. And what that does is start the recording. So what we need to do is set keyframes to make sure that this animation performs correctly. And the first keyframe is going to be its exact position now, which is alpha full 255. So remember on here we have red, green, blue, and alpha. It is just the alpha that we'll be changing because that gives us the opportunity to change how translucent, transparent, and opaque this object is. So if we set 255 here, even if it says 255 already, overtype it to say 255. And you'll notice these 2 little dots appear just here. That means our keyframe is now set. So we can close that. Now we need to establish just how long we want for this fade screen to go in. Do we want it to go for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? I'm going to make it fade into our game over the course of 2 seconds. So I'm going to select 120 right there. What that means is that this has now set itself to the 120th keyframe because we're using 60 frames a second. So that means that if I change the color on the alpha to 0, close that, and then press the record button again to stop. If we press play now, it will fade into our screen, then it will fade into our screen again and again and again. But let's just make sure the animation works. So if we press play and go into it, let it compile, we should be able to see a black screen fade into our game. There we go. You can see it do it constantly. Now it's up to you how long you want to do it. But what I'm going to do firstly is on here in our animations folder on fade in, the actual animation and not the controller. It's a little triangle. Untick loop time. And what that will do is it will make sure the animation plays only once. So if we go back to our animations folder now, sorry, our animation tab, I should say, we can change just how quickly or how slowly this animation now works. So what we can do is if we press play, just to make sure it does only play once, that is. It should do. There we go. It is now faded into our game. So make sure we do have fade in selected up here. We can now press the record button once again, and we have the opportunity to move these keyframes. So let's say we wanted it to fade in over 1 second. You can drag and drop this keyframe to 1 second, which is right there. So if we stop the recording now and press play once again, this should fade in twice as quick because it's doing it over the course of 1 second rather than 2 seconds. Much quicker. So now we have a simple fade animation in place. I'm going to set it back to 2 seconds, I think. Should I have it as 2 or should I keep it as 1? I'm not sure. But I'm just going to drag this all the way to 2 seconds. There it is. And press the record button again to save that animation. Perfect. So what I'm going to do now is because it's kind of in the way, there's 2 things you can do. You can either disable the fade in screen or you can move it around in a hierarchy of the canvas. So if we move it to the top, we're able to see our game again. However, it will mean that the animation, you won't see it. It'll still play, it'll still occur, but because it's now behind everything else, you don't see it. So I mentioned earlier about anchor points for our characters. Let's set the anchor points for these 2 characters right now. So Kasumi needs to be always anchored bottom right. And Haruka always needs to be anchored bottom left. Because this scene, it's not going to be too long. It's just going to be a case of we'll create a quick little story. They're not going to change places. They're probably going to move around with their animations, but they're not going to move anywhere we can't control. So if we set this now position X to 0, you can see that she does indeed go to 0. Same there. So what we can do is let's move her into whole number position rather than decimal because I want our character to be able to fade and move around the scene. So let's make sure we get that set now. So 400 and 400 puts her off screen. So if the X was negative 400, she'd be completely on screen. And the same applies to Haruka. If we set her position as 400 and 400, she will be on screen at all times. Excellent. So I'm going to put the fade screen below Haruka so the fade screen is on top. And let's just make sure everything still looks good. It should do. Excellent. Okay, so yeah, you can see that this visual novel game is now starting to come together. It does look fairly decent in terms of, well, we've only been doing this for 4 tutorials. So last time when we were animating our fade in screen, I spoke about animating the characters themselves. And we can use a very, very similar mechanic, at least on one of them, to enable them to suddenly appear. So the idea of what we're going to do is we're going to allow our screen to fade in, and our first character, she's going to fade onto the screen as the first character that is going to talk to us. So that is going to be our focus for the first part of this tutorial. I am going to set the fade in all the way at the back, just so as it doesn't get in the way of us trying to animate any of our 2 characters here. So let's start with Kasumi Confused. Now, this one is going to be easy because we've kind of already done what we're going to do. So we're going to use the same mechanic as fading. So rather than have the fade screen, we're going to allow our character to fade into the screen, if that makes sense. So what we'll do is we will go to our animation tab. We will click on create. And let's call this, in fact, we'll call this scene01 underscore Kasumi fade in and save. Now, the reason I've done that is because we may have multiple animations of Kasumi doing different things. So in this instance, we'll refer to this as scene 1 because this is going to be the first scene of our game. Next scene will be scene 2, scene 3, scene 4, however many scenes that we need to do. So, much in the same way as we did last time, let's press the record button and let's make sure that our first keyframe is set correctly. So let's have the alpha set as 0. And let's hit the X there. And I want Kasumi to fade in over the course of maybe, let's try 3 seconds this time. So let's go to frame 180. Hit return. And let's set the alpha as 255. Press the X and stop the recording. So I'm not going to go into too much detail here. We're just going to press play, have a look and make sure she fades because we've already been through what all of this does, the exact same settings on our fade in screen. So she should fade in. There we go. And she'll keep doing it, but that's okay. We just have to untick loop time. Right there. So that animation is easy. Like I said, she's going to be the first character that appears on screen for her. The other character, Haruka, I'm now going to place her off screen. So I'm going to take the rect tool right here and I'm going to move her so as she is over here out of sight. So if we press play now, she is absolutely not there. Obviously, because like I said, the little story scenario we're creating is Kasumi's on her own and wonders where Haruka is. So she's there in the class, like now you'd see a text box, where's Haruka? Haruka then slides in. So how do we make Haruka slide into the scene? Because she's always going to be off screen at this point. Well, same as last time. Let's go to animation. Let's go to create. And we'll have this as scene 01 Haruka slide from left. Because obviously she might slide from the right if you want to make it from the right, or we might come back to this scene and have a right sliding animation. So try and be as descriptive as possible, I guess, when it comes to some of these animations. And click on Save. So we need to set the first keyframe. So let's press Record. And rather than play around with the color, we're actually playing around with the positions this time. So what we'll do is change the X position to 0, and then we'll change it back to -400. And that will set that first keyframe of her not being on screen. So whatever size screen you have, because remember the canvas is scaling, it means that she will always appear off screen. So how do we get her to slide into the scene? Well, should we do this over the course of 2 seconds? So we'll go to frame 120. And then all we need to do is make sure that she slides in this way. And it doesn't matter at this point what you do with Haruka. So you could take her on the rect tool and just go mess around with her, do whatever. None of this will actually happen in the animation. It is only the end result of what happens. So if we have her here and slide her to there, you can see position is now 400 by 400. So everything that we did, sliding around and everything, doesn't matter one little bit. It's only the end result that matters. We don't want to change her alpha because we want her to fully stay as she is. So all we need to do now is hit the button to stop recording. And let's press play. And we should be able to see her slide in. There we go. And obviously she'll keep looping over and over and over and over because we need to untick loop time, which is what we'll do right now. So Haruka slide in from left, untick. Now there is one more thing that we should really do when it comes to Kasumi. Well, it's not vital in some sense, but her first keyframe, remember, she is completely invisible. And I guess it's up to you whether you want to keep her visible or not. if you decide to keep her invisible, like so, it may be difficult to kind of work things out. You can still click her on this bit here. Don't worry about that. But I think I am going to keep my alpha as full, at least for now. If we come across any bugs or errors, I might change it then. So next thing we're going to do is we are going to have another Kasumi. So we're going to eventually create a script that will switch out this Kasumi for a different one in the same position. So what we can do is hold Control and press D to duplicate Kasumi Confused. Next thing, we actually need to remove this animator from the duplicated Kasumi because we don't want the animation to play on this one. So remove component. And now let's find a different pose that we can have for her. Let's have eyes closed and let's have this one here. So we are going to generate the bitmap on this one, click apply, and then we're going to go onto the duplicate Kasumi Confused and drag and drop into here. And we'll call this one Kasumi Angry, I guess, because she looks a little bit angry there. And we're now going to turn this off. So you can see that, yep, we've turned that off and this Kasumi is viewable. So let's talk about what we plan to actually happen in this scene. So if we press play, and we can modify everything in the hierarchy as we go through. So the screen fades in. Actually, before we do this, I've just thought we should probably turn Haruka off. We should probably have Haruka late, actually, because she's coming in late. She looks a little bit flustered. So I've just quickly renamed Haruka as Haruka late. Now let's turn that off. Let's bring fade in down to the bottom, and let's simulate the scene that is going to happen. So ideally, we need to create a script as well to stop Kasumi fading in quite so quickly, although I suppose that's okay. So Kasumi is there. She's going to ask, where is Haruka? And next thing you know, Haruka is going to slide in and say, I'm here. Next thing, we need to have angry Kasumi come in and say, what are you doing? What are you doing? So all of that I've just described then is going to require some sort of programming. So this tutorial is the big one for some people. It's about learning coding, and coding can be very daunting to some people. There's a misconception that it's hard to learn, it takes a long time to learn, but in reality, it's actually very, very simple as long as you put your mind to it. All you need to do is take it one step at a time, little by little, and you'll be able to master programming in no time at all. So why do we need to do programming in this tutorial? Well, I want to create a sequence where the fade screen occurs, then our character fades in, and then we'll have a section where the character talks in a text box, and we'll add that a little later on in the series. And then next thing you know, the other character slides in from the side. And in order to do that, we need to use a coroutine within a script that allows us to place everything in time. So how do we get all this going? Well, first things first, we need to create a folder. So make sure you're in the assets folder, right click, create folder, and let's call it scripts. And in this folder, let's create another subfolder. As this is going to be scene one, I'd like to keep everything together so as there's not too many scripts populating one single folder. So we'll call this scene 01 because this is our first main scene. Obviously, we will have other scenes like a main menu and so forth, but that will come a little later on in the series. So next thing, let's create that C# script. So right click, create C# script, and we can call this anything, but try and make it relevant to what we're doing. So we'll call this scene 01 events, and then hit return to open that up in Visual Studio. So Visual Studio is where we code everything. You can use other programs if you want to, but I'll be using Visual Studio. So when it loads, it will present to you a default couple of lines of code. Now, we'll go through some of these so we understand what they mean and why they're here. So the first three lines at the top you can see using system.collections, using collections.generic, using Unity Engine. These are known as the namespace. And you can think of the namespace declaration as kind of a library for the script to know where to look for things. So think of it as a person. A person needs to know something, so it goes to the library to look in a book. That's what the script is doing. The script needs to know something, so it's going to the namespace to look for what it needs. Below that, we have the public class scene01 events monobehavior. Now, it's important to know that the class name must be the same as your script name. So, for example, ours is called scene01 events. If we were to change the class name, the script would not function correctly. What is the class? The class is where most of the coding would take place. It's where you have your methods, coroutines, variables, all that kind of jazz. So anything we mostly write in a script is going to be within this class. What's already in this class, I hear you say? It is two methods, a start method and an update method. What are methods? They are self-contained bits of code that can be executed. So in this case, you can see this annotation right here says that the start method is called basically when the script starts. So if you've got the script activated, you start your scene, anything within the start method is run right away, straight there, once and only once. Whereas the update method is called constantly, so it will constantly run until the script is turned off, destroyed, just not existent anymore. So, how do we make it so as we can control our scene using time? Well, we have to use a coroutine, but we need a method to start the coroutine. So, how do we do all of this? All of this sounds crazy and just it's not possible for a new person anyway. But no, it is. So, let's start by thinking, how do we do this? Well, we need to create a coroutine. So, rather than have this void update, let's delete that and let's put our coroutine beneath our start method. So, let's type I enumerator. If I can actually type, my fingers won't type. I enumerator. And capitalization is important. Make sure it's a capital I, capital E. Whenever you're coding, make sure you get your capitals correct. For example, game object with a capital G and a capital O is different from game object with a lowercase g and a capital O. But if you have any problems with this script, go to the pinned comment or go to the description. There'll be a link where you can go and get this script. Let's call this enumerator something relevant. So we'll call it event start, then open close bracket, open curly bracket, and hit return. So already we can see an underscoring of red on event start. In fact, I might change that to event starter just in case. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense. Event starter. Now, the reason this is happening is because there's no specific lines of code within this coroutine for it to execute, so it returns an error. So if we were to save this script now and head back into Unity, we would see an error within our console. There we go. You can see that. So it's not happy with what we've done. And like I said, the reason this error occurs is because there's no further code within that coroutine. So let's go and create a coroutine. Now, there are three things that we need to control, three objects within our scene that we need to control. It's the fade screen, because we'll need to turn that off. It is the first character, Kasumi, and then it is the second character, Haruka. So we need to make sure that this particular coroutine knows that those three objects are part of this script. So what we can do is now delete that line up there, because anything in green with two slashes is a note. It's an annotation. It's not a line of code. It's just there for information. We now need to declare three variables. And like I said, those variables are the fade screen and the two characters. And we can declare the first one by saying public game object, because obviously it's a game object, and then you call it anything you want. Obviously, make it relevant. So we'll say fade screen in. Obviously, we're going to have a fade screen out. So I just want to make a difference here because we might end up with another variable that says fade screen out. There would be two different objects. And hit semicolon. Most lines like this would end with a semicolon. It's just a way for the script to recognize, oh, that's the end of the line. Let's move on to the next line. So the next one is going to be Kasumi. So public game object, and I'll put char, short for character, Kasumi, and then semicolon, and then we'll put public game object, not with a double B though, char Haruka, semicolon. So there's three variables that we need all declared. So what happens first within our sequence? Well, the fade screen in happens, and I can't remember how long we have that fading in for. Was it 2 seconds or was it 3 seconds? Let's quickly go and double check. If we go to our fade in, go to animation, and it was 2 seconds. So that means that the first line of code that's going to occur within our coroutine is going to be yield, return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets 2 with a semicolon. So what's happening here? Well, this coroutine is now saying before we go any further, we need to wait 2 seconds. So that means after 2 seconds, the next line of code will occur. And what is the next line of code? Well, it's going to be Kasumi appearing on screen. So we can say char Kasumi dot set active true, semicolon, and hit return. Now, what happens next? Well, at this point, we have to wait for Kasumi to fade in, and then she would effectively talk, and then we would have Haruka slide in. So what we'll do for now is we'll put yield, return new, wait for seconds, and we'll wait for another 2 seconds. And now what we'll do is we'll put a little annotation here just to say this is where our text function will go. So let's put 2 forward slashes. This is where our text function will go in future tutorial. So next thing, we'll have the text, and after the text has disappeared, we'll wait for a further 2 seconds. And what I'm going to do is rather than retype it, I'm going to copy that line of code and place it there. After that 2 seconds, I want Haruka to slide onto the screen. So let's say char Haruka dot set active true with a semicolon. Now, one thing we have forgotten to do is we need to remove our fade in screen. And this is a perfect opportunity to say that we don't need to have only one line of code between waiting for the script. We can have 2 things occur, 3 things, 4 things. We can have as much as we want happen between our wait for seconds line. So what we'll say is fade screen in set active false. And if you notice there, it gave me the opportunity to press tab. It automatically knew what I kind of wanted to do. Think of it as it's predicting what we want. Sometimes it's correct, sometimes it isn't. So just keep an eye on it when it kind of is grayed out a little bit and see if that is the correct line of code you want to see. If it is, just hit tab and it will fill it for you. So let's quickly go over what is happening in this section here. Well, it's saying we'll wait for 2 seconds. Then after 2 seconds, we'll turn the fade screen off and we'll turn Kasumi on. After 2 more seconds, we'll do some text stuff. After 2 more seconds of the text stuff, we'll set Haruka on, so Haruka will slide in from the side. So this is all good and well, but how do we make it so as this actually happens within our scene? Well, it's fairly simple. In our start method up here, we just need one single line of code to say you need to start event starter. So what we say here is start coroutine, and in brackets, event starter. Open close bracket again, semicolon, and save the script. So if you've made it this far in the tutorial, congratulations, you've just written your first script. So the next thing to figure out is how do we make this script apply to our scene? Well, let's go back to Unity and let's create an empty game object, and we'll call this scene control. So this object will be responsible for controlling pretty much everything that happens within this scene. So it's going to have probably a few scripts attached to it. So speaking of which, let's drag and drop this script onto scene control. And if you look over here, you'll see some objects. These are the three variables that we set earlier, the fade screen and the two characters. Now to set those so the script knows which object is which, we just drag and drop these objects over here. So let's drag and drop fade in on fade screen in. Let's drag and drop Kasumi onto char Kasumi, and then Haruka onto Haruka. And that's it. And if we press play now, we should see our sequence play out as we intended it to. So if we give it a second just to compile itself, and off we go. There we go. And now we should see Haruka slide in. Excellent. So that's that. Scripting really is as easy as that. It's great to see that, just a couple of lines of code, and we can do that. We can make things happen. So imagine what happens when we expand that code and we actually have things we interact with on screen and the characters are talking to each other. So we've got our scene here, and what's really missing is the interaction between our two characters. And that can be achieved in a visual novel style in the most simplest way, a text box. Now, I want to go for a nice text box which kind of encompasses the lower kind of section of the screen, whatever you want to call it, along with our character name, a line to differentiate between, and also some text. And it's really, really easy to do. If we go to our canvas, so far we only have a couple of things. And remember I spoke previously about the ordering of everything in the canvas. If we moved this fade screen in to the top, we'd never see it. So we kind of need to make sure that our fade scene in is always near the bottom and our text is kind of just above that, because we need our text to appear over pretty much everything that we can see on the screen. So we're going to be doing a lot of jiggling around within our canvas in this tutorial to make sure everything is right. So what do we do exactly here? Well, let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to Raw Image. And as always, it just appears as a little block there, but let's change this to text box. And like I said, I want this to encompass the lower little section of the screen, and I want it to always be the same size as the screen. So let's change this over here, transform it, and let's select stretch on both directions. So we want it to stretch all the way across, and we want it to be relative to the size of the screen going upwards. Next, what we'll do is we will drag it down here and snap it into position. So you can see the snap there. The blue line, vertical and horizontal, means that is right in the corner, and it's exactly how we want it. Next, let's stretch it across the screen to maybe about there. And what I'm going to do is change the color of it to black. And do you remember when we had our fade in, we played with the alpha a little bit. The alpha comes in very handy now because we can use the alpha to basically determine just how transparent, translucent, opaque our text box is. You don't have to do the exact same as me, but I feel having it just a little bit is going to be fine. So I reckon somewhere around between 50 and maybe 70. And if we press play, let's just see how that looks and see if it looks acceptable. Maybe a little bit more, because we can see the text box there, but I'm not convinced it is as good as it should be. Maybe we should have this as maybe 150 and see how that looks. And I think I'm going to drag it up just a little bit as well. Let's see how this looks now. Take your time with this as well, you don't have to rush into this. Yeah, I think that obviously looks like there's a text box there. So next thing to do, let's add in the text of the character name. So let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to Text, TextMesh Pro. If you're using an older version of Unity, you may not have TextMesh Pro. It's up to you how you want to approach this. The scripting will be a little bit different in the future, but it's predominantly the same. You don't need to worry too much about it. Maybe check out some of my old tutorials for how to see how to do UI in the older versions of Unity. So let's import the TMP essentials, and what that will do is it will just bring into the Unity engine a couple of things that we need as part of using text. We don't need the examples and extras, so we can close that window. And you can see new text has appeared here. So we want to bring this to maybe about there. And I want to always have this position in the same place. So I'm going to anchor it down here in the bottom left. Now, this first character is going to speak is going to be, should we have it as Haruka or Kasumi? Uh, let's have Kasumi speak first. So character name is going to be Kasumi. And let's add some bold to it. Let's make the text a little bit bigger. Let's have this as maybe 48 so we can clearly see the character name. Yeah, I think that's okay. We'll work with fonts later on as well because it's a very basic font. We'll make this look really cool as we go through this series anyway. So there's our character name. Let's change this up here. Rename to character char name, and I'm going to move this. In fact, I'm going to bring the fade in down. Don't know why it's coupled it there. It shouldn't have done to there. So remember when I said earlier the ordering is going to be a bit different. It now hides everything behind it. So there's our character name. Next, what I want to do is have a line to kind of diffuse between the name and the text itself. So let's go to game object, let's go to UI, and let's go to raw image. I'm going to have this set right to the edge of the screen. I'm going to make it fairly long, maybe about there, but I'm also going to make it rather thin to about there. And we want to anchor this down the bottom left once again. Now, this anchoring is very important because what it will do is no matter what size your screen is, it'll always make it relative to whatever size screen you're aiming for. So, for example, right now our screen is quite small. If we were to take this and put it into 4K, we still want everything to be in the same position. We don't want them to go skew if. That's why anchoring comes in very useful. So let's have this as splitter. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the splitter onto text box just for now. In fact, we'll have it on char name just for now. Or should we? No. Do you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we should probably have all of this on our text box at some point anyway, so we can just control our text box rather than have to control multiple objects. For now, let's just have this down here. Get the ordering in place. I'm going to press play and just see how this looks now. So we should have our text box, character name, a little line to split between. It does seem a bit thick, so what I'm going to do is change the height to 5 maybe. And let's see how that looks. Much better. I'm happy with that. So next, let's have the text that our characters are going to speak with. And what I'm going to do is take the char name, hold Control, press D to duplicate, and I'm going to have this as speak text. And for now, I'm just going to bring it down to the bottom so we can see where it aligns to. Let's have it start there. Let's drag this out to about there. And let's change this font size. Let's have it a little bit smaller than our character name. Let's have it as maybe 38 and not bold. And we'll have this first say, I wonder where Haruka has got to. She was supposed to be here. That's the very first line that one of our characters is going to say. So let's now drag that up to below splitter. So fade in is still predominant game object. And let's have a look what this looks like. Yeah, I think that'll do the trick. Again, font plays a massive part in this to make it look even better. But yeah, I think that looks fairly decent. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to quickly put these into our sequence to make them appear as Kasumi's come in, then she speaks, then Haruka comes in. So we're creating that sequence. Before we do that, let's add everything that we just created into that text box. So char name, splitter, speak text. Let's put it into text box for now. And let's turn text box off. So next thing, let's go to our scene control object and let's go into scene 01 events. So the script up here, double click, and it will open up in Visual Studio. Now this is going to be a real quick addition to the script because all we need to do is change our timings here. And remember, this is the event that we're going for. And we put this in here, this little note. This is where our text function will go in future tutorial. Do you remember typing that? Well, this is where it comes in. So below here, what we're going to say is we're going to have that text box appear on screen. And we also need to have a variable for it. So let's have public game object text box. And then here we're going to say text box dot set active true semicolon and save. Now I know this is incredibly simple what we're doing here, but we're getting the fundamentals of our text system in place now. And it just allows us to really take this further in subsequent tutorials. So heading back into Unity, let it compile. And what we'll do is we just need to add in that variable of text box to this script right there. So drag and drop and press play. So now we shouldn't see our text box. It should fade in. Kasumi comes in and then speaks. And then Haruka slides in. Excellent. So we spoke about sound effects, and so far we have dealt with some sound, and that's just background music. But what we need to do now is use sound effects to our advantage. We need to be able to trigger them at certain points in a script. It's really easy to do. So, how do we start this? Well, firstly, we're going to need some sound effects. So, let's go down here to our assets window, audio, and in here, instead of going into BGM, let's right click, create, folder, and we'll just put effects. So any kind of effects that we use in the game, whether it's like voice sound effects, whether it's an explosion, or whether it's clicking or creaking or anything like that, will go in this particular folder. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop two audio files. One is girl gasp, one is girl sigh. And as always, you can get these for free if you go to the pinned comment, click the link in there, and that is also in the description. Head over there and you can download these assets for free. So it's all good and well having them in our game. How do we use them effectively? Well, best thing to do is if we have a game object which specifically controls sound effects and also gives us the opportunity to add more and more as we go through. So what we'll do is we'll go to game object, go to create empty, and we'll just call this one sound effects. And right click on sound effects now and go to create empty. And we will just have this one as literally what the files say. So in this case, girl gasp, and hold control, press D, and that's duplicated it. And let's rename it to girl sigh. Next thing we need to do is drag and drop these two audio files onto their respective game object. So girl gasp onto there, girl sigh onto there. Now, if we press play now, both of these sounds will play at the same time, which we don't really want, but let's see what it sounds like when it loads. There we go. So hopefully you would have heard that right there. What we need to do is turn these off. So over here, you'll see something called play on awake. You can untick that, and the same with girl gasp. Now, one thing I do want to do is, where did I put our audio? It was right there, wasn't it? So let's now drag sound effects onto audio. There we go. So now we have a proper parent and child hierarchy of all our audio in one single go. So let's now go to BGM, and I'm actually going to turn the volume down a little bit on this because I think it's too bit too loud, especially if we want to hear these sound effects and make sure that they're okay. So I'm going to turn it down to about there. Okay, so we have the sound effects all set up. What do we need to do next? Well, we need to go into our script that we wrote that controls all of our current game. So if we go into scripts, scene 1, and go into this script here for the event, what we're going to do is we are going to declare those two variables. Firstly, let's actually go down a couple of lines, and we'll have the first one as serialized field. And basically, this gives us a way to enable us to interact with this particular script and this variable in the inspector panel without it being public, like we have done here. But again, these will become apparent why they're public a little later on in this series anyway. So next what we need to do is declare this as an audio source. Capital A, capital S. And the first one we will have as girl sigh, semicolon. And then we'll do the same again. Audio source. And we'll have this one as girl gasp. So we're not going to use the girl gasp one in this tutorial. We're just going to use girl sigh. But we're setting ourselves up ready for the future so we have more to play around with. So now if we scroll down a little bit more, we have this section here. And remember where we put this. This is where our text function will go in future tutorial. That will come into play in the next tutorial. But what we need to do right now is we need to time our sigh effect with what is appearing on screen. So this particular text box .setActiveTrue is when it appears on screen. So what we'll do is we will play the girl sigh sound effect when it appears on the screen. So below here, we'll say girl sigh dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. So let's go back into Unity. We'll quickly let it compile. And what should happen now is that we should have everything play as normal. And as soon as the text appears on screen of what Kasumi is saying, she will sigh, therefore giving us more, in-depth interaction and with the game. You get what I mean? It just feels a bit more real. So hopefully we should see this load and play just fine. And then we'll get around to the second one. So far, so good. Okay, so has anyone noticed what we didn't do there? Here's a nice lesson for you. Anyone? Yeah, you got it right. Jimmy didn't assign the variable. So remember when I said the serialized field allows us to control it here, just like a public does? That's where we went wrong. So these sound effects that we created here, let's drag and drop them now. Almost like you could say what happened there was scripted, wasn't it? Mind the pun. Girl gasp in there. So yeah, both of them in there. Now, here's a neat little trick. I think I may have explained it in this series before, but we can tell where this all went wrong. Because if you look down here at the bottom, we have something written in red. And if we go to the console, we can see exactly what's gone wrong. Value cannot be null. In other words, it can't be empty. It can't be nothing because we didn't assign the variable. So let's clear that. Go back to project, press play. And now everything will function as intended. There we go. She was supposed to be here. And then Haruka slides in. And what we will do actually, before we go any further, is let's actually have the gasp play. I think that's probably good for this tutorial to actually have that gasp play, because the next line of text is going to be, oh, Haruka, I didn't see you there. So Kasumi is gasping. It's like, oh gosh, you startled me kind of thing. So at the very end, we will say girl gasp dot play, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. And as I said, there's a multitude of things that you can do with sound effects. We're going to add loads of different ones, but the key thing to note here is how this is all playing in a sequence. And that sequence will become really apparent in next tutorial anyway. So let's head back into Unity. Let it compile. All good. So now we should have the same thing when we press play. Kasumi will gasp. The text won't change, obviously, because we haven't set that yet, but we've had the sound effect set up for the gasp from Kasumi as if we were changing our text box over. So let's see all this play out normally. Yep. Okay, so it was a little bit early there, but that's something that we change within the sequence anyway. So one of the staples that you will get in a lot of video games these days is text scrolling letter by letter on screen. It's a fairly simple process to create, but setting it up requires, well, you could say like a master file, and that's how we're going to do it. We're going to create a master file that will allow us to do it, which means that any script that uses that master file can scroll text. So, how do we do it? Well, first things first, let's create a new script. So in our scripts folder, let's right click, create, and a new script. And we'll call this text creator. And open it up in Visual Studio. So to do this, we will need to create a couple of variables. Some of them will be static. The reason they're static is because we need other scripts to be able to access these any given time. So let's start with the first variable, which is going to be referring to the text itself. So public static, and it's going to be of type TMP RO because it's using Text Mesh Pro dot TMP underscore text. And we'll just call this view text semicolon. All this will become apparent as the tutorial goes on more and more. Next, we need to have a bool that is true or false, which basically determines the text being printed. So in this case, it will be public static bool, and we'll call it run text print semicolon. The next one is going to be the character count. So, i.e., how many characters have we done? How many characters are there? And it just basically enables it to determine how to do one character at a time for whatever text we are saying. So, let's have public, static, int, and char count. Char obviously being short for character. Now, I'm going to have two more variables here just as like internal values for this specific script itself, so we can see it inside the inspector panel. So we're going to serialize field. And the first one is going to be a string. And we'll just call it transfer text, semicolon. And the second one is just going to be, think of it as like an internal visible character count. So because the character count, the char count variable, is static, we can't see it in the inspector panel, but that doesn't matter too much. We can use an internal count instead. So this one, once again, serialize field, and we'll have it as int, and we'll just call it internal count, semicolon. So as I previously mentioned, this particular script is going to be the script that controls how quickly we display the text on our screen. And there isn't too much to do in this. What we are going to do is we're going to add in a coroutine. We do need the update method. We'll get round to that a little later on, but we don't need the annotations and we don't need the start method, so they can go. So below the update method, what we'll do is we will say I enumerator, and we'll call it roll text. Open close bracket, open curly bracket, and return. So, what is IEnumerator? Well, remember in scene one, the events, we had this, didn't we? It controls the speed of whatever is happening, so it's the event. So, once again, displaying the text like this has to be used via coroutine because we need to delay at certain points how quickly the text displays. Now, for every character, we need to say, do this. So, for example, if our text had 16 characters, then for every character in that, we need to wait for a certain amount of time. So, to put that in coding terms, we would say for each, and in brackets, char and we'll call it C. So basically declaring a variable inside this particular section. C in, and it's already saying exactly where it thinks it should be. So for every letter, effectively, in transfer text, then we do the following. View text dot text plus equals C, semicolon, and then wait for a certain amount of time. So yield, return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets we'll have 0.0, maybe 3F for now. We might change this depending on how quickly our text scrolls. It might be too quick, in which case we'll change some of these numbers a little later on. So let's quickly recap what this coroutine is doing. It's saying for every letter that we define in view text, display one letter at a time and wait for 0.03 seconds between displaying each letter. That's how that coroutine is working. And what we need to do now is we need to work with the update method to get this to function every time it needs to display a letter, and every time it has, it adds one to the amount. So, what do we do here? Well, firstly, remember we created those two internal variables, specifically the internal count, so we can see how many, basically, what the count is right now. So, firstly, I'm going to say internal count is equal to char count. And this isn't strictly necessary in this script, it's more for us to see and understand what's happening. Next, what we need to say is char count is equal to, we need to get component, because remember our text is inside the Text Mesh Pro text field. So we need to get the component and determine its length. So get component, and in spiky brackets, TMPRO, Text Mesh Pro, underscore TMP underscore, sorry, no, it shouldn't be underscore, TMP Pro dot TMP underscore text, close spiky bracket, open close bracket, dot text dot length, semicolon. So that line of code is assigning the variable of char count the number of letters inside our text. Next thing to do, we need to say if run print is true. So basically, are we going to start printing this text? So if it's true, then we do the next section, which effectively results in us starting that coroutine just below. So we can say if, and in brackets, run text print equals true, then do the following. And the following would be immediately turning run text print as false, because we don't need it to keep running one after the other. So we run it, stop that bool from running it again, so it only runs the once. We then say view text is equal to get component, and the component we need to get once again is the Text Mesh Pro. So tm pro dot tmp underscore text, close bracket bracket, open close bracket, semicolon. So we're making the text value equal to that. I'm also going to make transfer. I've got the meant to be a semicolon at the end of there, not a colon. There we go. That's my fault. So at this point, I'm going to make transfer text equal to view text. So view text dot text semicolon. Again, all of this is not strictly relevant. It's more for us to visually see things, at least at the moment. At that point, we say view text is equal to nothing, which helps quite a lot, because then we need to say, right, well, let's start that coroutine. So view text dot text is equal to nothing. So at this point, we've transferred everything we need. We've received all the information we need. We then start the coroutine. So start coroutine, and in brackets, roll text. Oh, close bracket, semicolon, and save. Now, I know there's a lot to take in because it is for beginners to coding, it probably looks very daunting. However, if you take it slowly and read line by line, you'll understand it no problem. And for those who are struggling with this script, it is in the pinned comment. Head over there. You can download it for free, this exact script that we've just written. So let's head back into Unity. And we now need to attach this specific script to a specific game object. So if we go to our canvas, go to our text box, and here where we've got speak text, we need to attach this text creator to speak text. And if we scroll down, we can see here there's our two internal visual variables. If we do press play, not a lot is going to happen, but effectively we will see at least something happen, I think. Because at this point, this is the text that we need to understand. See, there we are. So there is our internal count, 62. So there are 62 there. That's exactly what we need. So the next piece of code that we need to write is within our scene 1 and the scene 1 event. So we have our text creator in place, but the text creator doesn't know exactly what is happening at this point. It has to understand where the text is coming from. So in order to do that, we need to modify this script a little further as well. So below here where we have the sound effects in place, I'm going to go down just a couple of lines, and I'm going to declare some variables. So the variables that we're going to use is the text to speak, its current length, the text length itself, and the main text object. So how do we do this exactly? Well, much as we've done before, we'll serialize field because all of these variables are going to be internal. They don't need to be accessed by any other script. String, and it'll be text to speak. So this will be the text our character is saying. So remember on the screen when it popped up then saying, oh, where's Haruka or whatever it said, that is going to be the text that we speak. And that's going to be inside the script rather than inside the text box. The next one is going to be an integer, and that's the current text length. So serialize field once again, and that's an integer. And we'll say current text length, semicolon. Next one, serialize field once again. And this one is also going to be an integer, and we'll have this as the text length. So remember, the current text length is going to take the running length, so it'll be updating constantly. The final one is serialize field, and it's going to be a game object, and we'll just call this one main text object, semicolon. So next thing we need to do is we need to make sure that the text length is entirely correct. So we need to pass this over to text creator that we've just written, and that basically needs to pass back a value. So we can say in the update method, so void update, open close bracket, doesn't need to be private, so we can remove that. We need to say text length equals text creator dot char count. And hopefully you can already see the interaction between these two scripts. These two scripts collaborate with each other to make sure that the correct text is being displayed at the correct time and with the correct letter. So this is where it's talking to text creator. Next thing we need to do is we need to scroll down. And remember this line here, we put, this is where our text function will go in future tutorial. Well, this is exactly where it all goes. So how do we do this exactly? Well, for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say text to speak is equal to, and I'm going to go back to Unity. I'm going to go to speak text. I'm going to copy that right there. And let's go back to our script and place it between the quotes and then semicolon. So what we're doing is rather than have to change it in our text right there, we're just putting it via code. So we can now delete that text on the speak text game object. Head back to our code. And in fact, what I will do just to make sure we are all okay is say main text object dot set active and in brackets true, just in case that might become a little bit apparent as we go further on. Next thing we need to do is I'm going to go down just a couple of lines to give us some space. So after we've defined what we are saying, we're going to say text box dot get component and in spiky brackets tm pro dot tmp underscore text close spiky bracket open spiky open close bracket dot text is equal to text to speak, and this is where we transfer it over to the game object, and then we can say current text length is equal to text to speak dot length semicolon. Next line down, once we've defined that, we say text creator dot run text print equals true. So once again, at this point, we've set all our variables that we need to set in this script, and we've said, yep, this is what it's supposed to say. We've activated everything. Go ahead and run that process in Text Creator. At that point, we do need to wait for a couple of things at different places just for all this to end. So because we're going to modify this a little further, later on down the line, I'm going to put several yield functions here, just so as we can kind of understand what is going on, because we may modify this a little further. The first one is just going to be a real short one, because I've got all these ideas in my head. Yield, return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets, I'll probably just put 0.05f just for now. This one is kind of not irrelevant, but it'll help a little later on down the line. Next thing is yield return new wait for seconds, and this I'll just put a standard 1 second there. So this next line is going to be the defining moment in this being displayed on screen. And it all references that value that we used earlier in Text Creator. So this one here, how quickly do we do this? So we now say yield, return, new, wait until, and in brackets, so open close bracket, and then we need to say it's equal to or greater than text length double equals current text, and it's already predicting what we're doing. So current text length semicolon, and after that is run, after we've waited until all of that is done, we say yield return new wait for seconds 0.5 semicolon. In fact, we need the f there because it is a float, semicolon, and save. So effectively what we've done here is we have defined what all our things mean within this particular script. We've passed the information over to Text Creator and then told Text Creator, run this until the end, which is this bit right here. So when we finished, when text length is equal to current text length, it means that the text has been run and everything is then turned off. So we probably will modify this a little bit later as well down the line, just to really refine it and perfect it. But for now, all we really want is the ability to be able to have this code running and working as intended. So remember, this text creator right here is all good to go. The scene control variable over here. So remember, we've got this new variable now, main text object. That is this text box here. So drag and drop that onto there. And now let's press play and see if this actually all works. It should do. It should do. So we should see the standard bit start up, fade in, slide on screen, text box appear, and it should scroll across the screen. It doesn't. Okay, so where have we gone wrong? Let's have a quick look. So it's saying right here. So text box dot get component. Oh, right. Okay. So all that means is we've put the wrong game object on the variable. I just realized. So this way we've got text box isn't the main text box, it's the speak text. Because that main text object is what is being displayed. So that's all I've done there. I just put the wrong variable on the wrong thing. So make sure you put speak text on the main text object because that is where our text actually is being displayed. So this will work now, 100% guaranteed. So it should fade in, soon it comes on, and text should scroll. And it doesn't. Well, my 100% well, it meant nothing, didn't it? So where's it gone wrong then? Okay, so it's still saying that the text box dot get component. Okay, so let's figure out where we have gone wrong here. So text box is okay. Yep. I've just realized one thing that we should have done. So we have done it right, but we've done it wrong, if that makes sense. So it should be we've got text box right here. What it's trying to do is access information in there when really it shouldn't. So we've got to modify this code a little bit more. So where we've got text box here, let's make that speak text. And let's reference our main text object. So where do we reference that here? So main text object now needs to be text box, right? So let's quickly recap. We're going to have to change around a couple of variables here, but it all should work as intended. So main text object should now be text box. Text box should now be speak text. So what we've done there is switch our variables around so as we can then control the entire text object differently than we did before, so as we can get the text to appear at the correct time. So now I am 100% sure this will work. Excellent.
Yeah.
So one thing I did notice there, let's have the girl side up play a little earlier because it played after the text appeared, and I think it should really display as the text is appearing. So where we've got text creator run print, let's change that and have girl side up play right there. And if we save that, head back into Unity once it's finished compiling, the sighing of the girl should sound at the right time. And let's try this for the last time, and we shouldn't have a problem at all. Apart from it taking a while to load. Let's see.
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm quite happy with how that's working. There's probably little things that we will modify a little bit further on with it, just to kind of make sure that everything works. It doesn't look a bit weird. There's going to be little bugs here, there, and everywhere, but we've got the fundamentals of the scrolling text working, and that's the aim to get all this done. So, the idea of what we want to do is we want to add in a button that says next. And that button appears when our script has been read through. So, when Kasumi says the first thing, the next button appears so we can click it, and then the next piece is said. So that's where we need to get to in this tutorial. So first things first, let's create a button. Let's go to our canvas and let's hide the fade in screen. So we'll turn this back on a little later on, but what I want to do is I want to make sure I get the button in the correct place. So game object, UI, and if we go down here, you can see button. Let's select it and we'll just call this next button. What we want to do next is click the arrow there, and where we've got the text, let's change this to say next, and we'll add 2 arrows just to give it a bit of indication of what is going on here. I am going to change this a little bit, so I'm going to go to the next button itself, and let's change some of these colors. So normal color, I want to have as maybe like a green kind of color, a nice light green. When it's highlighted, I want to have a nice dark green, maybe like that. Maybe not too dark. And the pressed color will have as maybe like a gray, slight gray greenish color. You'll see what all of these colours mean in the big scheme of things a little later on. So let's make sure we have our rect tool selected, and let's increase the size of our next button, maybe to about that size. And let's change the text itself. I could do with it being a little bit bigger, so let's have it as maybe 48. Let's have it bold as well. And let's have it somewhere down here. So make sure we have next button selected and move it to here. What I am going to do is the text box object that we have right here. I'm going to turn that on so we can see whereabouts this next button is going to appear. And I think maybe about there seems about right. So let's make sure we set the anchoring for this next button correctly. So we need to make sure it is bottom right. There we go. And we also now need to turn off the text box and turn off the next button. Like I said, it's something that we're going to control within the script itself. So firstly, let's get the script to a point where the next button will appear. After we've done that, we'll code the script for the next button. So let's go into scene 01, event. And like I said, it can still all be contained within this script because what we'll do is we will create something within this script which will allow us to press that button. We don't need to create a whole new script. Because that next button is going to reference things within this script, it's in our best interest to create that next button within this script in the correct method. So let's go to our variables and let's get rid of some of the excess spaces here because we don't really need to have too many spaces. Next, what we'll do is we will serialize field. And we will have it as a game object. And we'll just call it next button, semicolon. Now we're going to get a little bit ahead of ourselves now. We're going to create another variable, and that variable is going to control at what point the next button will do whatever it needs to do. So serialize field, and we'll have this as a integer, so int, and we'll have it as event pos, short for position. In fact, by default, we'll make this equal to 0, semicolon. So next thing we need to do is, if we scroll down, this bit right here, if you remember, we wait for all this text to do what it needs to do. The girl sighs, and then the girl will gasp here. But what we need to do is right here, after we've waited for all of this, and then we've got wait for seconds, 0.5f, we say next button dot set active, and in brackets true, semicolon. Now these lines of code here, what we're going to do is, for now I'm going to put a double forward slash, that is, and what that will do is it will treat it like an annotation. It won't read the line of code, so I'm going to save it. So what's going to happen now is we will play, but these 4 lines of code will not happen. We will get to the point where we've run through our text and the next button will appear. So that is literally the point where we wait until the next button is clicked. So let's make sure all this falls into place as intended. Give Unity a second just to have a good think about what we've written there, the 3 or 4 extra lines of code. You may get this there saying you define that, but it's never used. That's fine. We will use it. It's not important at the moment. So if we press play and head into the game, I know the fade in doesn't work because we haven't got it active, but there we go. Oh, of course. You know, I always do this. I always forget to assign the variable. So drag and drop next button over there. You'll be surprised the amount of times that I do that, where I've created something and I've just completely forgotten to define the variable by dragging and dropping. I do it all the time. I always get ahead of myself. So let's see this work. There we go. So next, and that would be when we do our next thing. So you can see there that if we hover over it, the next button changes color. If we click it, it changes color again. So what we need to do now is we need to advance our script a little bit further to say, when we've pressed this, well, what exactly do we do next? So this event starter is the first piece of event. And what we can do is each bit of text that gets spoken or each event that happens, we can have it as separate events rather than have one massive event. So if something goes wrong, we know which event has gone wrong. So what we'll do is if we go down past our event starter, we'll say public void next button, open close bracket, open curly bracket. Now, do you remember when we set that variable up here as event pause? Well, this is where it comes in handy because this next button is going to make us go to our next piece of code. But then if we press it again, it'll just repeat the same thing. So we need to make sure that this next button knows which event to go for. So what we could do is if we go to this event starter, what we'll do is we'll type double slash and we'll put event 0. So that 0 references the event position. So when we've got to the end of this event, what we'll do is say event pause is equal to 1. That means that whenever we click the next button, it's going to look for event position 1. So we'll say if, and in brackets, event pause equals 1. And remember, we don't need to have if event pause equals 0 because by default, 0 is the automatic event that happens as soon as the game starts. So we open curly bracket. Now, if the event position is 1, we need to do our next bit. And what we'll do is we will take these 4 lines of code, cut them out, paste them here, and get rid of the annotations because we don't need them anymore. So theoretically, what will happen? Actually, no, I've just thought, yes, I know we want to do this, but we need to create the actual event, don't we? So before we go any further, let's go from event starter and let's go down to here and we'll go I enumerator. And in here, we'll say event 1. You could use number 1 if you want to. I just want to use text here. And then we'll take those 4 lines of code and put them inside that coroutine. So what will happen now is when we press 1, hopefully this bit will run, but we'll need to turn off the next button so as we can't go like skipping through just yet. We will do it, but not just yet. So we need to say next button dot set active false semicolon. Which means that in this public void next button, if event pause equals 1, we now need to say start coroutine event 1, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. Now, what should happen is if we go back to Unity, once it's compiled, we should be able to click that next button and it should carry on with the next piece of the event. So let's press play and let's see what happens. Hopefully everything should go as intended and then we can advance the script even further. So far so good. She was supposed to be here. Well, she's not, so let's click next. I've done it again, haven't I? Can you see what I mean about me always trying to get ahead of myself? I just want to get to that end result real quick, and here we are. This is where I've gone wrong. We didn't even set the button up. You didn't set the button up, Jimmy. So go on to next button now. And here at the bottom, you see list is empty. And press the plus, and then drag and drop scene control onto there, and then click on no function. Then go to scene 1 events, and you can see the list of everything in there, and we need to click on next button. And what we've done there is we've made sure that the next button does indeed function from what we've defined it as in that method. You think my mistakes were almost as if I was trying to gather even more watch time. I mean, I don't really need to do that, do I? These tutorials go on for hours. So let's also set our fade in back on and press play. And let's hopefully watch this in all its glory and hopefully watch it work properly because we've defined our actual script. Okay, so far so good. Yep, excellent.
Ugh.
Wonder where Haruka's got to. She's supposed to be here. Yep. Okay, so yeah, as far as we can tell, that all works. So what we can do now is if we go back to our script and we need to kind of establish what we're going to say next. So realistically, you could rearrange what's going on here. So let's have um, let's have Haruka come in straight away as soon as we've pressed the next button. So we can take that, put that there, uh, and we will start some of the text. So let's see. Let's take this here and let's go all the way down. So we copy these bunch of lines of code. So about 8 lines, isn't it? So let's copy that and let's go down a couple of lines and place that here. So let's now change the text to speak to say, what can we make it say? Let's say I was hiding over in the corner. I don't know. you know. Let's get rid of girl sigh like that. And let's get rid of the wait for 2 seconds there. And I'm going to place that just there. In fact, no, do you know what? I don't even think we need that. Because what we're going to do is say next button is true after that. Now, I'm not quite sure how this is going to pan out because at the moment, when I think about it, we've got our text box here, we've got our character name. So we need to change our character name to Haruka. And I cannot remember if we defined that in the script, so let's quickly check. So on here, we've got fade in, Kasumi angry, text speak. Okay, so we do need to change the character name. So let's define that as a game object. So next thing, let's go to the variables, serialize field, game object. I will just put char name semicolon. And what we'll do is in event. So we've got event 0. Let's put the marker here to say event 1. And what we'll do here is we'll say char name dot get component tmp text dot text equals Haruka semicolon. And let's see how this pans out now. So let's save that script. Let's head back into Unity once it's had a quick think about those extra lines of code. And if you are worried about this script, I will put this script in the pinned comment and you can go and download it if you want to, so you don't have any problems with it. You can literally copy the script I've written here. Let's put our character name over here. And let's see how this now pans out. I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. It should work. But this is the joy of coding when it comes to video games. I love sitting here and trying to debug what's gone wrong, and I could spend hours doing it.
Ugh.
Yep, all good. So next, I was hiding over in the corner, and she gasps, and there we go. There's our next one. Now, obviously, we've not done anything else. So, do you see what I mean earlier about having the position? It's just going to repeat. See what I mean? So, obviously, the next piece would be event 2. So that means at the end of event 1, we would set the event pause equals 2, semicolon, and save. Now, I'm going to play this, but we will get an error because there is no position 2. It's something that we've got to code in. So let's press play. And let's see what will happen. So yeah, all good so far. We know all this works. It's supposed to be here. Next. I was hiding over in the corner. Gasp. Now if we press this, nothing works because it's trying to find event number 2. And obviously we don't have event 2. So that's what we're going to do in the next tutorial. We're going to create the second event. So up until now, we have our scene working, we have our button pressing, all good, but it stops after the first press. So we need to continue creating that script to give us different events. So let's get straight into that. Let's go to our scene control here, and let's go back into our scene 01 event script. And to do this, we can kind of cheat a little bit because we can copy and paste things we've already done to make things easier rather than have to retype things out over and over again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this coroutine event 1, I'm going to copy it all, and I'm going to paste it just below. And I'm going to change it to event 2. So the idea is, Haruka says I was hiding in the corner. So then after we press next, we want Kasumi to say something. So we'll have Kasumi as the main character speaking there. And now we say what she wants to say. We'll say something like, "Oh, you startled me. I didn't expect you there." So then after that, that's where we have our process come in. We also don't need that girl gasp to play, so we can get rid of that. And we'll change this event pos to 3. So to kind of reiterate what's going on here, after this section here, we change the event position to 2. And this next button is what controls it. We don't have position 2 here. So although we've created event 2 up here, we have no way of accessing it from our button. So we can take that little if statement, put it down here, change it to event pos equals 2, and then event 2. Make sure we have a close bracket there. So now what should happen when we press it, it's going to do this. That's great. So let's have another one. Let's do 2 event more before we even test this, just to see how quickly and easy it is. So let's create event 3 now. So let's take that, go down again. Let's change this to event 3. And we'll have this back as Haruka. And the text she will say is, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for the next character, which will be in the next tutorial. Let's call her Akane." So what's happening here is we're being scared, some more text, and then it says, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for Akane." So this is event 3. And obviously all this is all good. So let's change event to number 4. And let's create the ability to access that event from our button. And we'll have that as 3. So it runs event 3. So each one of these references a coroutine up here. And you can see each event has them talking. So I'm going to save that script. We might add another one in there. I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see how it looks when we add our fade out in and see if it looks okay. But if we go back to Unity now, let it compile, and if we press play, we should be able to go through all these events one after the other, no problem at all. It should all make sense. So let's press play and have a look. Hopefully. There we go. Took longer than I thought that would. So, first up, she was supposed to be here. Yep. I was hiding over in the corner. Yep, perfect. Oh, you startled me. I didn't expect you there. Okay. Next. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for Akane." So then obviously we can't do next because there is no further sequence. So the next event will be us fading our screen out. But one thing I do want to change there, I noticed I put a capital S on the sorry, and I didn't mean to. So there we go. So next thing we'll do, we've got that sequence all in place. Let's create that fade out of our game now. So when we press next, it fades out and we can take ourselves to the next scene. Let's head back into Unity. And if we go to our canvas, remember we have this fade in. So we're going to do pretty much the same thing here, except the inverse of it. And it's really quick to do. So let's go to Game Object. Let's go to UI. Let's go to Raw Image. And we'll call this Fade Out with a T at the end. And let's have this stretch just like we have with the other one. And zero out the position so it stretches across our entire screen. We'll change the color to black and also change the alpha to completely see-through, so 0. Next, what we need to do is we need to create that animation. So let's go to our animations folder here and let's make sure we are still on fade out. And let's go to animation. Let's press create and we'll call this fade out. Save. And then press the record button. And remember to set your very first keyframe as 0. So if you hold your left mouse button down, you can move that around there and just set it back to 0. Remember, it sets that there as the first keyframe. So then 2 seconds later at frame 120, it should be completely black like that. So then we can press the record button, head back to project and click on fade out and untick loop time because we only want it to play once. Finally, select fade out and untick up here just so as it's not on because we just want to turn it on when we want to fade out and there we go, we're all good to go. So now let's incorporate that into the next event. So let's go back to our script and copy event 3, paste it just there, and we'll have this as event 4 and change it to event 4 there. This is just the annotation, so it doesn't matter too much. So because there's going to be no talking here, what we'll do is just basically fade out. So we can have the next button, yep, we'll have them all good, that's fine. But what we will do is we will get rid of these bits here. And we just need to declare the fade out variable. So let's go to the top again. Let's go here, let's serialize field. And we'll have game object and we'll have fade out semicolon. So that means all the way down to event 4, we can say fade out dot set active in brackets true semicolon. And we just need to add in, here we are. So what we'll do is we'll copy this wait for seconds here. And because our actual fade out is 2 seconds long, we're going to have this wait for 2 seconds and then save. So the idea is after 2 seconds, we'll transfer to another scene. So we'll work with scenes in just a moment. Let's make sure that this sequence works just fine. It should do, because we know we've got to this point where it changes to event position 4. So then event will be just a fade. So let's head back into Unity. Let's press play. And let's observe all of this scene play out as intended. So far, so good. No errors. Okay, so next, hiding over in the corner. Yep, oh, you startled me. Didn't expect you there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for a carne. Next. Do you know what? I swear I do this every tutorial. I didn't add fade out there, did I? It would help. So fade out. And also, one thing we didn't do in the script, how can we run event 4 if we didn't do it here? I always get ahead of myself. I always get so keen and eager to play the games. I forget to put in lines of code sometimes, but you always figure it out, as we did just there. We figured out we were missing a line of code, so we just went back in and added it in. Not a problem. So let's press play now, and this will work just fine. We know it will because we've added the ability to access that event from our next button. Yes, so all good. Next, hiding over in the corner. Next, startled me, didn't expect to see you there. Next, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for a carne. Awesome, so we've faded out. So what we'll do now is let's add a new scene so we can get straight into it in the next tutorial. Now, we've only worked in this one scene so far. So before we add a new scene, let's go to File and let's go to Build Settings. And you can see that this sample scene is what we are actually in right now. So we're going to rename this in just a moment, but we need to add another scene into here so as we can access them through game code. So in order to do that, let's save this scene. And if we scroll down to scenes, you'll see that that's it right there. So let's go to File, New Scene. And we want it to be 2D. So let's click on Create. And let's File and Save As. And then let's go to Scenes. And we'll call this Park Scene 01. And let's rename this sample scene to Class Scene 01. So this is the class in school, and this is the park scene. So remember how we incorporated things into our scene to give a background? Well, we could technically copy and paste and do things that way. So a good example would be if we head back to our class scene, go to our canvas and event system. So hold control and copy both of those. And let's head to park scene and paste them in the hierarchy. Now, the cool thing is we've literally replicated that, but this scene won't function the same as what we have done previously. Also, we don't want it to be a classroom. So what we'll do is we'll change this to be park back, and then let's import a new image for our background. So let's go to background img right there. And I'm going to import this picture, which you can get for free. If you click the link in the pinned comment or the description, you'll be able to download this image for free, or you can use your own image if you want to. And then drag and drop this texture over here. I'm going to turn off the fade in so we can view it properly and also consume me confused. We'll click on game. That looks okay, but again, if you want to work around it a little bit, maybe change the size of it, change the scale, the scope, move things up a little bit there. Play around with how you want it to look, and I think that looks kind of cool. So what we'll do now is save this scene, head back to File, and then Build Settings, and then where we've got Class Scene 01, let's click on Add Open Scenes, and that will add Park Scene 01. You can see over here these numbers here are important in the next tutorial. So we've got both scenes added to our game now. So last time, if you remember, we enabled this scene inside our main build. And what that means is that we can essentially have this scene linked to the other scene and we can seamlessly transition between the two. But we need to do a bit of extra code to do that. Currently, this scene just displays as it is. We haven't really done anything with it, but I want to give it that kind of seamless effect. So what we're going to do is we're going to start creating the event script for this scene, and then we'll create the other script which allows us to transition to this scene. So let's go to our scripts, and let's go to scene 1. If you remember, this is the actual script we use for scene 1. So I'm going to go into this just for now because we're going to use it later on. We may as well go into this to start with because we're going to use a couple of lines of code from this script to kind of have our other scene seamless. So a lot of these things are going to be exactly the same. So we're going to have a lot of these actual variables in the same script. But we're not going to copy and paste the script. We're going to create a new folder in the scripts folder, that is. So a new folder, we'll call it scene 02. And inside here, let's name it the same. So let's have scene 02 event. That's going to be the name of the script. So create a new script, scene 02 event. And before we open it, something's been bugging me. This should be park back. We named it pack back for some reason in the previous tutorial. I'm not sure why. Maybe it was having a bad day. Anyway, let's now open our scene 02 event script. And what I want to do, at least just for simplicity, is have that fade in happen. So let's start by declaring our variable at the top. So serialize field. and we'll have it as a game object, and it'll be called fade in, semicolon. Let's get rid of void. Do we need update? Do we use it in this one? Let's double check. We did. So we are going to need void update. So we'll keep it for now. And we are going to need void start. We're going to create a starter event. So we'll do the same sort of thing here. So let's get rid of the annotations. And let's go into scene 01. And let's take this event starter. So let's copy this. That's the coroutine. Let's go into scene 2 event. Let's go below void update and paste it. You will get some lines being underlined, saying it's not quite right. That's fine. That's completely fine. What we'll do is we'll get rid of almost everything up to where it says Chark Sumi. So, what do we do here? Well, I want to change this wait for seconds. I'm going to have this as 0.5f, and then we'll see how it looks. See, we've got here, in the original scene 10 script, we called it fade screen in. So maybe we should actually rename this to fade screen in 2. There we go. So fade screen in, fade screen in. Excellent. So that means that in void start, we now need to put start coroutine and in brackets event starter. Open close bracket, semicolon, and save. So what this means is that, in fact, we will set that back to 2 because if I recall, fade screen in is indeed 2 seconds long. So yes, we will keep that as 2 seconds. So once we've saved it, head back into Unity, give it a second just to compile. And then we need to attach this script to this scene. So if you need to double check how things are done, because it's always good to try and keep things uniform, you can switch back and forth between the two scenes. Just remember to save the scene every time. So going back into the class scene, remember we had this scene control, so we'll do the exact same thing. Let's go to our park scene, create a new empty game object, and call it scene control. And then drag and drop scene 02 onto scene control, and then assign that fade screen in variable, which is this one, fade screen in, and then remember to turn it on. So what that means is that when we press play, it'll fade in, and we've also got a script that will turn it off after 2 seconds. As you can see, that just happened there. So now, accompanied with the fade out that we have in the other scene, and this one fading in, whole thing should be seamless. So let's go and create that code that allows us to transition between the two scenes. So let's go to scenes, let's go to class scene and save. Scene control. And we've already got scene 1 events open, so we can just double click here, or you can go through it and do whatever you need to. Now, transitioning between the two scenes is actually really simple. You just need a couple of lines of code placed at the right time. And if you remember last tutorial, we mentioned that when we added the scene, there was a 0 and a 1. And those numbers are key to getting this to work. We are going to change them later on in development. This is just to kind of get things working at the moment. Scene 0 is most likely a splash screen or maybe even a main menu. So that's not going to stay as our class scene. But don't worry, we'll get into the more intricate details of that later on. To start with, we need to go right up here and we need to go and say using Unity engine dot scene management semicolon. So what we've done here is we've had a namespace so this script can fully understand that we want to use scene management within the code. If we don't put this in here, the script will have no idea. Think of this as a library, and I'm sure I've said this before. It's an area that the script can go to reference and say, that's what this line of code means. So, where do we put this line of code? Well, if we scroll down all the way to our final event, which in this case is event 4. So, if you remember, this is where everything ends. Well, it means that we can now say scene manager dot load scene, and in brackets, we'll put 1 for now, semicolon, and save. That one will become a variable at some point within development. What it basically means is that we're going to load ourselves into scene one. But when we can change that dynamically via a different script, we'll be able to change scenes. So we'll be going back and forth between different scenes, triggering different events. So once that's done, go back into Unity, give it a second just to compile. And if we press play now, we don't need to set any other variables because we've only added that extra line of code to transition between scenes. If we go through this now, everything should be seamless to our next scene, which is the park. So yeah, hiding over there in the corner. We know all this works just fine. Perfect. Sorry, didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for a carne. So next, we should fade out and fade into the park. Perfect. Now, things can be done a little bit different here. That was kind of like instant. You saw how quickly that changed. We can change just how fast and slow that transition can occur, but it's not done through the actual scene management script. We can physically do that here. We don't necessarily need to turn the fade screen on instantly. We could delay ourselves a couple of seconds just to give the impression of waiting. Do you want it to load into the next scene so fast? Well, let's try changing that. So what we'll do is we'll say yield wait for seconds 2, and we'll set that as true rather than false. And then we'll copy those 2 lines of code, place them below, still 2 seconds, and then set it as false. And save. Now, essentially what's happening here is that we're turning something on and off, and realistically, we shouldn't be. I suppose the idea is I've turned the fade screen on and I didn't really need to. But trying to think now, this might not work as intended. But if we remove that, I'm just trying to think logically here, because we don't need to transition to our new scene quite so early. So if we have that wait for seconds of 2 here, rather than in the other scene, it would work better theoretically. So let's add those 2 seconds there, save, head back to Unity. Is it gonna? There we go. And press play. And hopefully this will keep us lingering longer on that black screen if you would want it to be like that. So let's click through next on here. Let's go to the park. So fade out, hangs on black. We can always deal with the music later, and then fade in to park. And again, it's up to you how fast or slow you want it. I quite liked how fast it was on the other script. So we will... I've been deleting things there, I didn't mean to do that. So we will keep it as it was there. So I'll keep it like that. So we've now been able to transition between our 2 scenes seamlessly. So up until now, we've been able to link our 2 scenes, and we just have this simple park scene at the moment. So the big thing to do in this one is to create part of the event, which will allow our first character to come in and say, let's look for a carne. So in order to do that, what we'll do is let's first turn on Kasumi Confused, and let's turn on Fade In. And if we press play, we should be able to fade in and Kasumi will appear. There we go. So the next thing we need to do is have a text box that says, right, let's look for a carne. And we can do that by manipulating our scripts. So let's go to scene 2 event, and we can actually use things within scene 1 event to kind of make all this come together. So as soon as it loads, or rather, as soon as the first scene event loaded, we basically started having this section appear here. I wonder where Haruka has got to, if you remember all them tutorials back. We're going to do the same thing here. So we're going to take event starter from scene 01 event, head into scene 2, and I'm going to place it just below because we already have event starter and we've already started our event up here. So every bit afterwards is going to occur here. So what we can do is we can take everything, let's say after we've turned this active as off, we don't need Kasumi, so that's fine. So we will take this line here all the way down to event pos equals 1. Control X to cut it out, paste it into this event starter, and then delete the other one that we brought in. Naturally, you're going to have some underlining things here because we need to create the variables. But firstly, let's set the text to speak. So what is Kasumi going to say? She's going to say, let's start looking for Akane. And the next thing to do would be to define some of the variables here. So the important one is going to be Kasumi herself. So as you can see, this is underlined. So let's create that variable. Serialize field, game object, and then char Kasumi with a semicolon. Next, let's do the main text object, text to speak. Well, we can actually take them from the scene 1. So let's go to there. And if we look here, we have text to speak, current text length, and text length. Main text object, and next button. Let's just copy those. Instead of retyping everything out, save time and copy them. Place them below. And we don't need a couple of things here. So let's get rid of girl sigh. Don't need that because we're not going to play any sound here. Event pos equals 1. Well, we had event pos in the previous one, didn't we? So let's take that variable as well. And let's place it just here. And finally, text box. Well, why don't we just take text box as well? This right here. And let's place this one at the top. So now all we've done is we've imported the very mechanics from scene 1 event into scene 2 event. And this will function perfectly. All we really need to do at this point is just set the variables correctly because we already have the coroutine being started here. That's perfect for us. Let's save our script, head back into Unity, give a second just to think about it. And when it's done, let's click on Scene Control. And we just need to set these variables right here. Now, I struggle sometimes because I record a lot of tutorials all together and I can sometimes get mixed up which tutorial was which and I can't remember which is which. So let's set the things I can remember for now. Kasumi Confused is the char Kasumi. I think text box is text box, but I will check before we do anything. Main text object and next button. So next button I know for a fact is that one. Main text object. Let me quickly double check. Okay. So main text object I think is actually text box. And text box is speak text, I believe. So let's now press play and see what happens. Hopefully, fingers crossed, this works. Okay. Let's start looking for Akane. So the next button hasn't appeared, so we just need to make sure that we get that in place. So the next button, if we go to scene 1, in fact, maybe we don't even need it. Maybe we should just have this as an auto section. I think we should do that because it will give us the experience of creating something different. So we will automatically play this section and then automatically start looking for Akane. So rather than have the next button, let's have after event pos equals 1. I'm just going to do the double slash so we can have an annotation. Auto start looking for Akane. So what we'll do is we will yield return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets, I'll do just 2 seconds for now. We may need to change it a little later on, depending. Next thing we need to do is set char Kasumi as off. So set active, in brackets, false. And main text object, Got the semicolon there. Main text object as set active and have that also as false. So let me save that. Let's go back into Unity. We'll make sure that after that has played, saying let's start looking for a carne, that it does indeed disappear. And then we can start our little interactive section. So we've got our sequence of events in place. Cool. So far, so good. Let's start looking for a carne. And it's not disappeared. Why is it not disappeared? What? Maybe we need to disable that next button. So let's get rid of that for now. Let's double slash that out. This is the great part about coding like this. You can always debug things and go line by line to find out what the problem is. Let's try again. And we should be able to see. So, yeah. Let's start looking for a carne. So I think one thing we may have forgotten to do is we need an extra line of code. If we go back to our script, and if we go to scene01 event, we need this line of code right here. And if you remember correctly, this is what creates the count for us to basically end what we're saying. So if we copy that from scene1, head to the update method, paste, resave the script, we should be able to go through all of this now. So head back into Unity, press play. The next button will actually appear, but I think we're going to just have this all disappear anyway. So let's start looking for a carne. See, next does appear, and that disappears as well. So what we'll do is we will ignore the next button on there. So let's definitely make sure that's annotated out. Once that's done, let's now add in the interactive section to the game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn fade in off, and we're going to use buttons for this. Now that's the clever thing about buttons. We've had it used before with the next button we have down here. We can do it for interaction here as well. So let's go to game object. Let's go to UI and let's go to button, if I can find it. There we are, button right there. Let's have this as tree int. In fact, I'm going to change that to tree interact rather than int because that could be confusing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and resize that. Let's move the button over towards the tree. And let's get rid of the text in there because we don't need that to be there. Let's make sure that we have the tree interact button as anchored to the top left. And let's change the coloring of this. So the color, I think we should have as alpha, mainly almost invisible. So let's have 15. And now we need to change so the highlighted color. So if we press play, let's make sure that we can actually hover over. So yeah, we could click that. That's not a problem. But we need to kind of hover over it. But that doesn't really matter because we can still click it. So we need to make sure that we have the, let's see, pressed color. Let's have that as much darker than what it is. So maybe 255. If you don't want it that way, that's completely fine. We can clearly see that there is something to interact with here. So you could, just do that. That'll work just fine. Let's now hold Control, press D to duplicate, and let's move it over here. Behind this. What I might do is move Kasumi across just a little bit. And let's have this button just here. So there's going to be two places that we can theoretically interact with. We'll have this as house interact. Now, what we're going to do with these is basically make them appear after Kasumi has said, let's look for Haruka. Akane. So we need to turn both of these off and head back to our script and define them as variables. So let's say serialize field, game object, and we'll have tree interact, semicolon, and then serialize field, game object, and then house interact, semicolon. And that means down here, after we've set these as set active false, we can say tree interact dot set active, and in brackets true, semicolon. And then the next line will be house interact dot set active, also true, semicolon, and save that script. So the idea of what we'll do is we will create another event that will say, oh, no, she's not here. So we can do the same sort of thing again. In order to do that, what we need to do is create an actual method for when we click the button. So further down this script, let's say public void, and we'll call it tree interact. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. What happens when we do this? Well, quite simply, it's going to be a coroutine again. And what we'll do is we'll take that event starter, we'll place it below tree interact, and we'll put, instead of event starter, don't go too far, tree interact, which means that tree interact, what would make sense? Sequence, SEQ. So that would mean that in public void tree interact, we would need to put start coroutine, and in brackets, tree interact sequence, close bracket, semicolon. Now what we need to do is we need to work through this and define what we actually need to be here. So we want these to disappear. We don't need event 0 there. We want Kasumi to reappear on screen. We want the main text object to come on, and we want Kasumi to say, nope, Kane is not behind the tree. But at the same time, we also need those interactable objects to disappear. So what we'll do is we'll take tree interact, house interact, place them inside the tree interact sequence, and set them both as false. Like so. So now we'll run through the course, we'll say, yep, all this is good, talking, blah, 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 blah. However, at the end, we turn Kasumi off, we turn the text object off, but we also don't need to turn on the tree interact again because we don't want to interact with the tree again. We've already searched that. We only want to interact with the house, so only that one will appear. So now let's save. And if you have any problems with the script, I will put this. If you go to the pinned comment or the link in the description, you'll be able to download this script for free. Let's head back into Unity and go to scene control. And let's define these two objects. So we've got tree interact that goes into there, house interact that goes into why is it not dragging? There we go. House interact into there. All good. We have that set. Next thing we need to do is on tree interact, we need to scroll down. Where it says list is empty, we need to click plus. We need to drag and drop scene control into there. Click on no function. Then click on scene O2 event. And we have tree interact right there. So now, if we press play, actually, before I do that, let me turn the fade screens on. So we need fade in. There we go. Okay, so now let's try this out. We should be able to play this sequence and interact with the tree. See, at the moment, we cannot interact with the tree, which is good. Let's start looking for Akane. Good. So, well, we can interact with the tree, so let's do so. There we go. Nope, Akane is not behind the tree. Disappeared, and now we cannot interact. We can only interact with this, and this is where Akane is going to be. So that's going to be what we do in the next tutorial. So last time we created our first event in the park, and it was based on basically trying to find her behind the tree. And Akane is not hiding behind the tree. She's actually hiding behind the little house building over here. So we're going to build in that event today. In order to do that, we're going to need our next character in. So let's go to our characters folder just here. And let's import the next character. Drag and drop. And as always, go to the pinned comments. You can download all these assets for free. So once we've got that in, we need to take a look at what we've got. So we've got a couple of different sprites that we can use with a couple of different expressions like we have with the others. So when we have our character found, what kind of expression should we have? Should we have a shocked expression or should we have a blushed expression? Let's get the character in place and then we can decide which one we want. So what we'll do is we will go to game object, let's go to UI and let's go to raw image. Let's drag and drop one of these. So let's drag this one to begin with onto the texture. And let's resize so as she looks a little bit more acceptable. So how does that look in the game? Bit small, but that's okay. How about that? Bit thin, but we can expand. Okay, there we go. You work with that a little bit more. Obviously, if you want to play around with the texture itself, change how it looks. We've been through all of this before, whether you want to generate the map and just to make it look a little smoother. It's entirely up to you how you want it to look. I'm not going to mess around too much. But there is our character. Let's rename this now to Akane. What have we got? Shocked. And let's drag that up to match the other characters. So therefore, she will only appear behind any fading. Let's now turn her off. So we've got her in place. She will appear in the middle of the screen when we do this event. And it's going to be something like, as soon as we find her behind the little building, she appears on screen and says, "Oh, you found me." So let's prepare that event now. Let's go to our scripts and go to scene 2. And we've got this one, scene 2 event. So if we go into this script, all we'll need to do is create a separate part now, which will be the button click for the other event. So if you recall, looking through this, we have the event starter, and down here we have the tree interact sequence. So what we need to do is create the building interact sequence. And remember that we also need to create the method for it as well, because this is what will be linked to the button. So what we can do is let's start by copying the method for tree interact. Let's place it below here, and we'll call this building interact. And where we've got start coroutine, let's change the word tree to building, and it will stay underlined, obviously because we don't have our coroutine in place yet. So let's create that coroutine. Let's copy everything we had for the tree interact sequence because it's going to be relatively the same, but obviously this is where you have a choice in the game. So you could use this, theoretically down the line to create choices between whatever scene you're in. So let's copy that coroutine. Let's place it below. Rename tree interact sequence to building interact sequence. And if we scroll up, we should be able to see that there are no errors within this method now. So let's now follow this down bit by bit because some things are going to have to change. So we have tree interact and house interact. Both of these variables can stay the same because we're going to turn both off. Here we have char kasumi.set active. Well, we don't want Kasumi to appear at this point. We want Hane. So we need to declare her as another variable. So let's go to the top. Let's serialize field. And it'll be game object. And we'll have Kane. In fact, sorry, no, it'd be char Kane. Obviously, if you have multiple versions of Kane in your scene, you would just use whatever you want to as the variable. So here where we have char Kasumi set active, we would have char Kane. And if you want to animate her, absolutely you can. It's entirely up to you. What we need to do next is set the character name because at the moment it is still set as Kasumi, I believe. But we'll get round to that in a moment. I want this to be a bit different. So I want this to appear half a second after we've clicked. So 0.5 F. Main text object appears true. Yep. And here we will change the text to say, "Oh, you found me. He, something like that." Again, it's your game. You put what you need to. Next, everything is standard for making the text appear. We change the event position from 1. So anything that we change the event position, we just need to make sure that it is relative. So what will happen is we'll change that to, I tell you what, for convenience, we'll change it to 3. It's irrelevant right now. It doesn't really matter too much. But after 2 seconds of speaking, we're going to set Akane off again. Main text object is going to go off, and house interact set active true. That's not going to happen, so we need to remove that line of code because once we've clicked this event, we don't want the other one to ever be available. So if we end up clicking this one first, we don't want it to be available. So let's change this a bit. Let's say, "Oh, you found me. He. Let's all go somewhere else." So the idea of what we're going to do here is once we found Kasumi, we'll fade out and we'll go to a different scene. So let's have a look back in Unity. We do have fade out there, so we will use that in this script. So let's head up, and I can't think we didn't declare it as a variable, did we? No, we didn't. So let's declare it as a variable now. So serialize field, game, object, and this one can be just simply fade out, semicolon. And then at the end, we'll put fade out dot set active true with a semicolon. And let's save that script for now. So obviously there's going to be more to this event because we'll want to change scenes. But for now, we just need to make sure that all of this will at least pan together. We do still need to work on the name change as well because I do think it just says Kasumi, but let's make sure our sequence actually works as intended. So let's go to our scene control, and we'll need to add in the couple of extra variables we had. So we'll need to add in Kane and fade out as well. So that goes into there. If you have this down here, all you need to do is just go in console, clear. It's not too important. It's not going to break anything. So let's go to play. And let's just make sure that we are able to click this this event over here. So let's start looking for Akane. Okay, yep, let's look then. Let's click. Oh, do you know what? It would help if we actually assigned the object, wouldn't it? Usually it does. So house interact, all we need to do is click on plus, and in this none, as we did with the other one, drag and drop scene control, click on no function, scene O2 event, and click on building interact. And then press play. And obviously that will work now because we didn't set the actual event to occur when we press the button. So let's start looking for Akane. Yes, we will do Kasumi. Let's click here. Oh, there we go. Oh, you found me. Hee hee. Let's all go somewhere else. Disappears. And then there we go. Scene fades out. And obviously the sequence will continue from there. But one thing we do need to quickly check as well is we need to make sure that if we click this event, the event here will still occur. It should do, but it's always good to test these things out to make sure that is the case. So behind the tree, nope, not there. So let's try looking again. Behind the building, yep, there we go. Oh, you found me. Let's go somewhere else. So, like I say, you can use the fading as well if you want to have Akane fade in, make it look a little bit better, whatever you want to. But let's go back into our script. And if we go to scene 1, if you remember over here, we changed the character name right here. And we need to change the character name in this script for scene 2. Do we have it declared? I don't think we do. But what we'll do for convenience is let's take this line of code. Let's copy it. Let's go to scene 2. Let's place it here and only place this one here because this one will only be used in this scene, in this event. So let's say Kane. And now we need to declare char name. So let's add that as a variable at the top. Serialize field, game object, and we'll have char name, semicolon, and save. And don't worry, I will put this script in the pinned comment as well. If you click it, you can download it for free if you have any problems. So now all we need to do is go back on scene control and let's add char name, which is in the text box. Drag and drop char name onto there. Press play, and let's just make sure that the name does indeed change to Akane. So everything is all good so far. Yep, so let's click on this event. Akane, you found me. Perfect. So now that sequence all works. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we need to add in some music into this. And what I want to do is I want to randomize this just a little bit. So last time we had the idea of creating two different possibilities, i.e. park in the daytime, park in the nighttime. And what that entails is basically just a randomization script that will bring you into whatever it would be. So, first things first, what we need to do is we need to rename the park back asset. We need to call it, or game object, I should say, park back day. Then hold control, press D, and let's rename this to park back night. We want to keep the fade in off at the moment because if we have that on, it looks a little bit silly. We can't really see what's quite going on. So we need to make sure that we do have fade in off just for now. Back onto the nighttime image, and let's change this to kind of a deep blue color. It's up to you how dark and deep you want it to look. It really is entirely up to you. I'm just going to have it as a bluish color. And just to make sure there is definitely some difference between the two, you can turn it off up here, turn it back on, and you can definitely see there is a difference. So the next thing we need to do is turn off the nighttime image and turn off the daytime image because only one will be generated. We also need to import some extra audio. So we need some songs that will play whether it is for the daytime or whether it is for nighttime. And I want them to be different as well. So let's go to our audio folder. Let's go to BGM and let's import two songs. So I'm going to bring in these two. And as always, go to the pinned comment and you'll be able to download these assets completely free. Once they're in, we just need to bring them into the game itself. So let's go to Scene Control, let's right click, and let's go to Create Empty. And we'll have this as Audio. Under Audio, let's right click, Create Empty, and we'll have BGM. And then once again, under BGM, keeping everything neat and tidy, we'll have Park Day, Hold Control, and then Park Night. So now we have two objects that we can place our audio into. So let's drag Park Day onto Park Day and Park Night onto Park Night. Make sure that we have Play on Awake ticked on both of them and Loop also ticked. Next, turn both of them off. So highlight both and untick. So right now we have no audio and we have no backgrounds, although they are in the game. We just need to now go into our script and create the ability to randomize one or the other. So what that entails is going into our scripts, going into scene 2 and going into scene 2 event. So let's open it up in Visual Studio. Next thing we need to do is we need to declare those variables. So let's go to the top and I'm going to go down and I'm going to put double slash for an annotation and put these are for the randomized scene. That'll do. So for variables, we need two for the background, two for the audio. So we can say serialize field, game object, park day, and then serialize field, game object, park night, and then once again, serialize field, and we'll call this also game object, and its name can be day BGM, And then finally, serialize field, game object, night BGM with a semicolon. So there's our 4 variables declared. At what point do we need to actually engage all of this? Well, we need to do it in the start method because we need this to be generated randomly at the start. How do we do it? Well, we can say in fact, what we'll do is we need to actually add in the variable for randomization. Otherwise, this isn't going to work, obviously. So serialize field, we'll say int, and we'll do random scene. It obviously can be called anything you want to. And what we need to do is say random scene equals random dot range, and in brackets, the lowest and the highest. So if it generates a 1, we want daytime to appear. If it generates 2, we would want nighttime to appear. But what we're going to do is type 1, comma, 3, close bracket and semicolon. Why have we typed 3, even though there's only 2 possibilities? Well, the highest number will never be generated. It's not a bug, it's not a quirk, it's just the way this script will work. There is no need to ever generate that maximum number. So if your maximum number is 10, it will only ever generate 1 to 9. Think of it that way. So in this case, it will only ever generate 1 or 2. At this point, what we can say is if, and in brackets, random scene equals 1, and that's a double equals, then do the following. Park day dot set active is true, semicolon, and also day bgm dot set active also true. Now what we can do here is we can either use an else statement, because let's face it, it's either going to be 1 or 2, or we could use another if statement. So we could say else, and then we'll say park night dot set active true, and night bgm dot set active true. And it's as simple as that. If we save the script now, what will in effect happen is as soon as we start the scene, a number will be generated, 1 or 2. If it's 1, then it will display the daytime information. Otherwise, it will just display nighttime information. So now let's head back into Unity. Give it a second to compile. And once it's done, we are going to turn the fade in back on because we want to see this all happen correctly. So let's turn fade in on. Let's go to scene control and let's add in the variables that we need to here. So we've got part back day, part back night, and then the daytime BGM, and then the nighttime BGM. So now if we press play, we should be able to see one or the other generated. Daytime. Excellent. Let's now see if we can get nighttime to generate. Obviously, it's random, so it could be the same thing, in which case it is. Let's get the nighttime. So hopefully this should be it. No. It will happen, trust me. It will. There we go. We've finally got the nighttime one to happen. And just to make sure, all the other bits should work as intended. And they do. And obviously it will still work when coming from the other scene. So I'm going to save that scene, head into the class scene, which is the first one we created. Let's press play. And let's go through the motions here and just make sure that we still are able to generate an actual background. Because at the end of the day, if a background doesn't appear, it will look very, very strange. Didn't expect it there yet. Next. Didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for a carne. Let's. There we go. Perfect. So at this point, you can see just how well all of this is now flowing together and how, the music and visuals can really create a visual novel, give it some heart and emotion. So up until now, we've learned a couple of different things and how to create things like animation, how things like randomization, how to change scenes, all things like that. Well, now we can kind of start bringing all of this together to create an encompassing version of our game, i.e. we've got our main menu that leads to our game. We can, save the game and we can quit out, all stuff like that. So in the next couple of tutorials, all of this will come together as one nice package. And what we need to do to start that off is create a couple of scenes. Now, two of the scenes that we are going to create here, we're not actually going to use in this tutorial. They'll be kind of preparation for the future in the next couple of tutorials. So firstly, let's actually create a main menu scene, and then we'll create the other scenes that we are going to use later on. So let's go to File, New Scene, and Built-in 2D, and Create, and then File, Save As, and go to our scenes, and we'll just call this one Main Menu. And rather than go through that whole process again, all we can do is take that main menu, hold Control, press D, and hold Control, press D again. Just duplicate that. The first one is going to be Splash Screen, and then the second one will be just credits. So you've already probably guessed what they are going to be used for. They're going to be later on in this whole development cycle. Before we go any further, what we will do is we will go to the build settings and we'll add our open scenes. And again, if you're in Unity 6, this will be a little bit different, but it's generally the same process. You just need to add in the scenes. So we currently have 5 scenes here. Let's add the ones that we have just created. So we'll add in credits, we'll add in main menu, and we'll add in splash screen. So splash screen is now going to be scene 0. So put that at the top. Main menu will be scene 1. And credits can be, well, we'll leave it as 4 for now, but obviously it could be 3 if you wanted it to be, or, whatever you need it to be. But what this does mean is before we can actually create this main menu, we need to make sure that our scripts link to the correct place. So our first scene is going to be scene 2 now, and the park scene is going to be scene 3. So let's go to our script. Let's go to scene 1 and into the event script. This is only just a quick little run through at this point. There's less scenes you have at this point, it's easier. So if you've been following along with me, we'll get to a point where you can basically develop this much further with everything you've learned. So once this loads, all we need to do is go to where we have our scene switching. So scene manager, load scene, and we just need to change this to 3. So that's all we need to do in terms of the additional scenes that we have. So if you remember, the splash screen is 0, main menu is 1, this scene is 2, so the next scene is 3. So once we've done that, let's head back into Unity, let it compile, and then let's start building our main menu. Now, the good thing about this is because we've learned most of the techniques already, we don't need to worry too much about what we're doing with the main menu. Once we get into it, we're going to combine a couple of things just to see what we can do, see if it, kind of looks all right. So let's go into scenes. Let's clear the console. And let's go into main menu. Now, the idea of this is it's a very Japanese kind of thing. And I want it to be, well, when you see what we create in this tutorial, you'll get the idea of what we're trying to create with this visual novel. Let's go to game object. Let's go to UI and let's go to raw image. And let's call this raw image background. Let's set it anchoring stretch. So we know we've got to 0, 0, 0, 0. So it stretches the whole screen. We'll keep it white. Next thing I'm going to do is add in some textures that we can use for our main menu. So let's go to our assets folder and let's right click, create, and let's create a new folder. And we'll just call this textures. So these are just generic textures that we can use for our main menu. And I'm going to bring in these 4 textures, which you can get for free. You can download them if you go to the pinned comment. Download them there. And I've come up with a name of this game. It's just called Last Reflection because it sounds Japanesey, the sort of this style Japanese game that you would expect to see. Let's now set our canvas as scale, as we've done with others. Let's set our resolution, 1920, 1080, and match it exactly in the middle, so 0.5. Next, let's add in this kind of logo thing. And you'll see just how quickly we're kind of going along here. I'm hoping that you're going just as quick as I am because you've already learned a lot of this information. We'll call this logo and let's stretch it a little bit. bring it maybe center, and let's drag and drop the logo onto there and stretch it a little bit more. Let's create the bitmaps of it. There we go. So what does that look like in game? Cool. Now what I want to do is I want to animate that. So let's go to animations. We've done all this before, so this is really how quickly you can kind of put things together. Let's go to animation. Let's click on create, and we'll have logo fade in, and we'll press the record button. We'll set our first keyframe. Our first keyframe is going to be completely see-through, so it's going to be 0 on the alpha. We'll do it for 2 seconds, and after 2 seconds, we'll have it completely visible with the alpha. Let's press the stop record button. Let's go to project and logo fade in. Let's untick loop time. Finally, let's actually change the alpha on our logo to 0. Cool. So that we've already learned about animation and how to incorporate it. So that's that. Let's now combine 2 elements of things we've learned. So let's have some fading images come in randomly. And again, we'll be able to kind of speed through this because we've done it before. So let's go to our textures here. And we've got these 3 images here. So we can go to game object, UI, and let's go to raw image. Stretch that using the rect tool, and let's add the first one in. Perfect. But what we'll do is let's actually generate the bitmaps first. Again, you don't necessarily have to. It's just something that I'm happy to do. Again, we've learned about that. So there's our first image. Yeah, that looks okay. Obviously, you would take a bit more time to make it look nice. And we'll say MM1. And next thing we'll do, in fact, I'm just going to call it MM just for convenience's sake. Next, let's go to animations and let's just animate this. So let's place it in the middle there. And let's actually set the alpha to 0 already. I kind of want it to fade across in and then fade out again. So let's go to animation, create, and let's say MM fade. And then press record. So obviously the first keyframe is going to be a 0 on the alpha. And then frame 120, we'll say, is going to be fully faded in, so 255. And we'll also, oops, that wasn't meant to happen. I meant to click on that. Press record again, there we go. So what we'll also do is over 2 seconds, we will move the image over this way. We'll move it just by 3, so we'll say 730. Oops, that should not be that. That should be 727 on the first keyframe. Apologies. It should be frame 120 that we want to move it to 730. And what we'll do is do another 2 seconds. So at frame 240, we'll have this as 733. And then another 2 seconds, we'll fade it out again. So let's say frame, what is it, 360? And we'll just have this as position 736. And the color on the alpha faded out completely. Let's stop the record and let's go to fade, untick, and let's press play and just see how this looks right now. Hopefully it should look okay. We just want some visuals to kind of... There we go. So I'm happy with that. I don't think it actually moved, did it? Did it move? I don't think it did. Oh, it did very, very slightly. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. You could obviously, have that expanded a bit more. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another one. So let's go to game object. Let's go to UI. Let's go to raw image. Let's have this as MM2. And let's add in the next texture. So let's have Haruka in there. Let's use the rect tool and expand a little bit. And we'll have her just there. So let's create a quick animation for her. Let's have alpha as 0 again. And let's go to animation, create. We'll have this as fade 2. Press record, and let's set our keyframes. So 386 and -151. And alpha, we do want it to be 0 as well. So frame 120, we'll have this fully faded in. So we'll have 255, and we'll have the position on the Y as -161. Next, let's go to frame 240. Then let's have -171. And then finally, frame 360 will be -181. And color we'll have as alpha 0. And stop the recording. Finally, let's do the third one, if indeed you want to. So let's go raw image once again. Let's have this one somewhere here, and let's add our third texture, which is that one. Let's expand how big it is. So probably about there. Does that look okay? Yeah, I think that should be okay. Let's do that up to about there. And I think I'm just going to fade this one. So let's set the color as 0 on the alpha. And let's go to animations, animation once again, create and fade 3. Let's press record. Let's set that first keyframe. So there we go, 0 on the alpha. And then frame 120. And we'll have full alpha. And frame 240. Again, we'll have full alpha. And frame 360, we'll set it to 0. Stop recording to project, and let's make sure that all 3 of those are now untick loop time. And I'm going to press play just to see what they look like. It's not going to be the end result of what we want it to look like, but we should be able to kind of gauge a little bit about this now. Cool. I'm happy with that. So now let's add in some buttons which are going to be used for our game. So game object, let's go to UI and let's go to button. Now we've already dealt with buttons, so we're not going to go into this too much. So I'm going to expand that a little bit. Have that round about there. And let's now play around with this. So let's have this as start game, and let's increase that font maybe to 100. How's that look? Yeah, I think it looks okay. The button itself, I am going to have normal color as completely 0 on the alpha, so it kind of looks like that. And let's now duplicate, in fact, let's rename the button first. So start game, and hold control, press D, and let's bring this down to probably about there. Let's have this as load game. Load game, and let's change the text on there as well. So load game. And once again, let's hold control, press D, duplicate it, and let's drag that down to about there. And let's call this credits, and rename the text to credits. And then finally, one more, hold control, press D. Let's bring it down a little bit more. And we'll just call this quit game. So obviously the name of the button as well, quit game. So that's how it currently looks. So our main menu will look a little bit like this. Next thing we'll do is let's add in a quick bit of randomization for these images. So MM2 and MM3. I just want one to appear, constantly all the time, just to give it a bit more something. So next thing, let's go to our scripts folder. And as this is going to be just a main script, it's not involved in any of our scenes per se. Let's right click, create a new script, and we'll call this main menu. So let's go into this script. And this script itself will contain many other methods as well, not just what we're creating here. But first and foremost, let's get rid of our annotations. I'm going to keep the start and update methods. So what we'll do is we will serialize field, and we will have game object, and I'll put menu pick one. And then if we press return, it should automatically do 2 and 3 for us if we just press the tab key. Next thing we need to do, we need to serialize field and say int, and this will be pick num. By default, we will make it equal to 1. So we've always got a value. Next thing, we need to create a coroutine, and we've done coroutines before. So let's say hi enumerator random pick, close bracket, and open curly bracket. So what we'll do is we will yield return new, wait for seconds, and we'll just wait for 1 second first off. Next thing we'll do is we'll say pick num equals random dot range, and we've got 3, so we can say 1 as the minimum, 4 as the maximum, because we can generate 1, 2, and 3. Then we can do a quick if statement and say if, and then pick num equals 1, then do the following, and it's going to be menu pick 1 dot set active, and in brackets true. And also after that, we need to say that pick 2 needs to be set as false because we don't want it to be on. And again for that. So 2 and 3 are false. And now we can copy that if statement and paste it 2 times below. And then we can say if it's equal to 2, then pick 1 is set as false, and pick 2 is set as true. And then if the third if statement says if it's 3, then menu pick 1 is set as false, and menu pick 3 equals true. And just to add more to this, we know that this whole animation takes 6 seconds, so we're going to wait for 7 seconds just to give it a little bit more time. Yield, return, new, wait for seconds, and in brackets, 7 with a semicolon. Next thing we need to do is we need to set a bool because we need to control whether we are playing an animation or not. So serialize field, and we'll say bool, and we'll call it is animating. By default, we'll make that equal to false. So that means in the update method, we need to put if is animating equals false, then do the following with open curly bracket. Firstly, is animating equals true, just so we can't repeat this process. And then we'll say start coroutine, and in brackets, the name of the coroutine we've just written. So random pick, close bracket again, semicolon. And that means that if we go down now, after our yield of waiting for 7 seconds, we just need to put the bool back on. So is animating equals true, semicolon, and save. And if you have any problems with this, head to that link in the pinned comment and you'll be able to download it for free. So let's quickly head back into Unity. Let's add all this together and then we'll talk about the next tutorial. So let's go to game object, create empty, and we'll call this menu control. And then drag and drop the main menu script onto menu control. Let's add those variables in. 1, 2, 3. And then let's turn those 3 off. So select them all, untick, and let's press play and see how this pans out. Give it a second just to bring it together. So we should have our logo come in, and then there's our first picture, and she should fade out. Hopefully, the next one should appear. And it hasn't. So let's have a quick look what has been generated in our menu control. So it is and 3 again. So I just think we need to set the loop time back on. Should we do that? Let's see what happens if we turn it off. Ah, of course. One crucial thing Jimmy forgot, we have to turn everything off at the end, because if it generates the same number again, it won't work. So what we can do is let's take those 3, and after the 7 seconds, set them all as false. And like I say, if you have problems, you can download this script for free. Head back into Unity, and now we should see this all working as intended. It's gone on a little bit longer than I would have liked this tutorial, but it's incredible the amount we've actually achieved in this small amount of time, because creating a main menu isn't just as simple as, just in buttons on there and doing something. Well, it is, but to have it looking, unique in some way. Hopefully this will generate a new number, but it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to. So something has clearly gone astray there. I think we need to set that as false, not true. There we go. So a lot of the time when you try and debug a lot of these things, you'll just instantly know that that's the reason, because we're not resetting the whole cycle here. So that's the reason why it wasn't working. So third time lucky, here we go. And as this is playing out now, we'll talk about the next tutorial. So let's just get this going. So there we go. Generating the first one. And we should get the second one. There we go. So next tutorial, what we're going to do is we are going to have these buttons functioning as they should do, as intended. We'll add some music, and we'll also add some sound effects to pressing the buttons as well. And we'll get them working just right. So you can see that this looks very, at this point, Japanesey, I guess. This style of game that you would expect to see. Obviously, you take much more time than what I've done here. I've kind of rushed through a lot of this to kind of get to the end result. Feel free to use this logo if you want to. If you want to create a game called Last Reflection, it doesn't really matter. It's just something I made in about 2 minutes. So up until this point, we've got a nice, simple main menu in place. Hopefully yours looks a little cooler and a little better than mine does. But let's get some functionality in place now. Let's get some more immersive elements into this. So firstly, let's add in the background music. So let's go to our audio folder. Let's go to BGM. And I'm going to drag and drop this main menu BGM into here. And you can go download this if you want for free. Head to the pinned comment or link in the description. Go download it for free. I am going to create a new object on the main menu control and just call it audio. Under that, we'll create another one. We'll call this one BGM, and we'll drag and drop the main menu BGM onto there. Now, up until this point, we've not really played around too much with some of these settings, but what I will do is tick loop, and I want to show you how pitch can work and how pitch can have a different impact depending on what you want something to sound like. So when we go into the game view, into Unity, we should hear our background music straight away. Well, we can change the pitch as we need to and just see how it sounds, see what kind of tone the audio matches in regards to what our game looks like. And Unity, once again, is taking longer than it really should do just to play here. There we go. It looks like it is doing something now. Sometime today, Unity, we have things to do. There we go. Okay, so I kind of feel that works nicely. But let's set the pitch to 1.5. And you can see it's pitched higher. Does that work better? Or does 0.75 sound better? What do you think? I'll leave that decision up to you. Like I say, you can have that music if you want to. It's entirely up to you. I'll keep it as 0.75. Just think that maybe fitted it better. But that's just my opinion. So that's yours to use, free, whatever. There's no copyright on that or anything. Cool. Excellent. So now let's go a little bit further and let's add in the sound effects in preparation for when we click our buttons. So let's go to the effects folder. And let's import this button click, which will also be in the pinned comments. It'll be in a zipped folder. Just make sure you unzip before you try importing into Unity. Let's go to our audio object, create empty, and I'm just going to call this button click. And then let's drag and drop button click onto there. And I'm going to untick play on awake because we don't want it to play. We only want it to play whenever we press a button. Next thing we need to do, let's add in a fade out screen. So we've done this before. We know what we're doing. Rather than recreate one, why don't we just go into scene one, and which is class scene, isn't it? Let's make sure we save our main menu. And let's just copy and paste the fade out that we have here. So copy, head into our main menu, paste it, and drag it into our canvas. Let's make sure this looks okay first off. Just make sure it does work as intended. So let's press play and let's have a look. And then let's turn it on after a second load. So turn on. Cool. Fade out works. So we can use that to our advantage. Now let's create a script, or let's modify the script that we already have written and to start these buttons working. So let's go to our scripts and let's go to main menu. Now this is the script that we used in the last tutorial, and it was basically to create the randomized images. But we can use this once again to basically add another method to it that will function for our buttons. So once it's loaded, let's go to the top, and between the start and update method, let's have public void. Remember, it has to be public because we're using this for a button. And we'll simply call it start game. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. Now, for this to work, what we need to do is we need to add in a coroutine because we're using that element of time again because we've got to wait for our fade out screen. So because we're using a fade out screen, we'll obviously need to declare it. So why don't we do that? Let's go to serialize field at the top, type it, game object, and it's automatically put menu pick 4. That's not what we want. We want fade out. So that means that on the start game one, we can say fade out dot set active, and it'll be true, not false. And next thing we need to do is we need to create a coroutine that will function as the actual elements of the button, i.e., it will wait for 3 seconds and then take us to the correct scene. So let's go down to below the enumerator random pick. That's that coroutine. So we'll say enumerator transfer to, we'll put it class scene. Open close bracket and open curly brackets. And what we'll do is we'll say yield, return, new, wait for seconds, and in brackets we'll say 3 seconds. So what's happening here is that when we press the button, we're going to sort out the sound effect in a moment, but we'll basically wait for 3 seconds and then transfer ourselves to the correct scene. So that does mean we need to add in the namespace. So a lot of coding in Unity or C, whatever you're developing in, basically, you go back and forth a lot because if you're trying to plan out line by line what you need to do, you'd obviously need to go back and forth, declare some variables, add in a namespace, carry on with a method or coroutine, things like that. So don't worry about having to go back and forth. As long as you know in your head what you're trying to do, you shouldn't have a problem. So we need to add in using Unity engine dot scene management with a semicolon, which means we go back down here and we now say scene manager dot load scene, and I believe it is scene 2 that we'll need to go to. We'll double check that, but that is basically what we need to do. If we need to change that number, we can. It's fairly easy. So next thing we need to do is let's add in a variable for the clicking sound. So let's serialize field, and we'll have this as audio source. And again, we've dealt with audio source when we've played the gasping and sighing sounds with our 2 characters. And we'll call it button click semicolon. So that means that if We press the start game, we fade out set active true, but before that we want to say button click dot play, close bracket, semicolon, and save the script. And I will put this script in the pinned comment. I know we wrote most of it last tutorial, but I will put this updated version in for you to download for free. So once we've done that, let's head back into Unity. And if we go to our menu control object, we will have some extra variables to add in there. So we just need to give it a moment to compile. It's on a go slow today, it would seem. So menu control, and yep, so we got our fade out that goes there. And the button click, we just need to go to audio and drag and drop that to there. Let's double check our scene number. So the class scene is indeed scene 2. So that means if we press play now, we should have our main menu functioning as normal, but we should be able to click start game and it will take us to our game as long as we actually set the button correctly. So let's go to start game, scroll down, list is empty, let's press plus, let's drag and drop menu control over here, click no function, then click on main menu and you'll find start game right there. And one thing I do think we probably need to do is actually start the coroutine itself in the script. I actually forgot that line. So after we have set our fade out as active, let's then type start coroutine and in brackets the name of the coroutine that we started writing, which was transfer to class scene. Transfer to class scene. Close bracket, semicolon, and save. And that is the last line of code we need to do in this tutorial. So head back into Unity once it's compiled and let's press play. And now we should see all this come together nicely. And yeah, that's good. It's still loading, so let's go to start game. Cool. And there we go. We've started our game. And everything just functions as normal from here. Cool. So, next tutorial, what we are going to do is we're going to sort out some save functionality. I know there's other buttons on here that we haven't dealt with yet. Don't worry about those. We'll get round to them. What we're most interested in is the ability to save our game. So, for example, we get past our first scene. We've done that. We're on our park scene. We want to create a save state for our park scene. So when we click load game, it takes us to where we've saved. So obviously with most games these days, you have some kind of save functionality. And with this sort of game, it's much easier to just kind of allow it to somewhat auto-save. You could do a manual save, and what we'll do is we'll use something called player prefs to set certain values so we know the game state can be saved. You can then incorporate that as you would wish to create manual saves. So first and foremost, what we will need to do is we'll need to go to the scene where we first need to set our save point. And that will be the park scene. So if we go to scenes and click on park scene, and in here we have scene control, and in there is scene 02 event. So we need to go into scene 02 event. Now, this first save state will be as soon as the scene loads, because that's when we want it to save. So ideally what we need to do is set it as probably the very first thing that happens within the start method. And to do that, we can simply use an integer, i.e. save states 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's say you've got, 20 scenes in your game, and you want each scene to be saved as you go into it. You would just number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's no point in having scene 1, which is the class scene, as a save point, because that would just be a new game. So we're going to start saving from number 2, the second one, which is this scene 02. Now, a player pref What is it? Well, it's a way of storing information inside Unity itself. So if you were to, let's say, play the game, get to the second scene, close the game, you could then take it and load it. So it's like think of it as a bit of a save file. It's not the best way of saving games. There are multiple different ways, but they're much more advanced. We just need something simple to kind of get ourselves going here. So, how do we do this? Well, as soon as we get into void start, we say player refs dot set int, and all that means is it's short for set an integer. And in brackets, we need to put the name of our specific player pref and the value we want to set. So in this case, we can call this absolutely anything. So we'll call it load state, and that has to be in quotes, comma, and then the value. So in this case, we'll say 2 because it is scene number 2, semicolon, and save that script. So that means that every time we come into this place, we will set the load state as 2. So if we go back into Unity, we don't need to do anything with this script now. It's already saved in there, which is all good for us. Once that's compiled, that's fine. And sometime today, there we go. So now we need to go into scenes and go back to our main menu. And this is where things become a little bit more complicated because you can read this as a couple of different things. We need, firstly, a way that says there is no load game, there is no game save, so we can't load anything. But the second thing is to actually load into that game. So we'll do that second thing first and then do the first thing second. Sounds crazy, I know, but I'm a crazy game developer. What do you expect? Let's go to main menu control and into our main menu. Now what we need to do is create a method for load game. So much like we have with start game, let's say public void load game, open close bracket, open curly bracket. Naturally, we want to check if there is a load game first, but like I say, we'll get round to that. For all intents and purposes, though, we still need to have the button click and we need to fade out. So we can copy those 2 lines of code, place them there. Next, let's go down to the coroutine that we will create. So if we go here, we can say I enumerator and in brackets, actually we need to actually call it something, don't we? Load scene. So open close bracket, open curly bracket. If I can actually type the right things on my keyboard, it would help. So naturally, we need to yield, return new, wait for seconds 3, obviously for the fade out. And here, where we've got scene manager, load scene 2, this is where things become a little bit different. So we've now got to establish what scene refers to what. And what I mean by that is we are going to save player pref value as 2 because it is the second scene. However, scene 2 is actually our first scene. So we need to basically add a little bit of math to this to ultimately work out which is the correct scene to load. And to do that, what we'll do is we will say, let's say serialize field. We'll have integer, so int, and we'll call it scene to load, semicolon. Next thing we need to do is we need to establish our player pref. So we will serialize field once again and integer, and we'll call this one save transfer value. And what that is the number that's in our player pref. So we can say in the load game section, save game, so save transfer value equals, and then this is where we have the player prefs come into context again. So we say player prefs, if I can actually spell correctly, dot get int. So it's different here. It's the first one was set int because we're setting a value. This one is get int because we're getting a value. And then the name of our player pref. Make sure you type it exactly the same. Because if you just do one letter wrong or put a space or anything like that, it won't work correctly because it needs to reference the exact same thing. So in this case, load state. So in our brackets, we put load state. And then close bracket, semicolon. And then we say if if save transfer value is greater than 0, then we do the following, which is that button click.play and fade out.set active true. And then we need to start the coroutine. And that coroutine is this. And I've just noticed that these are outside of the norm. I've accidentally taken away a closed curly bracket. There we go. So yeah, we need to reference this load scene, which is here. So we can copy this line of code for start coroutine, place it here, and instead of transfer to class scene, we put load scene and save. So at this point, I don't really want to worry too much about what's going on. I just kind of want to set up the load game button now. We'll go back into the coding and we'll modify a couple of things just so we know we've got the right scene. So once that's done, let's go to canvas, let's go to load game, and let's set the button click. So list is empty, so click on the plus, menu control, click on no function, main menu, and load game. If we press play, hopefully we should be able to click load game and it will do absolutely nothing, which is exactly what we want. Perfect. So we know that the load game button is working, but obviously because there is no save state, it can't load anything. So now what we need to do is we need to establish the correct actual value of scene to load. So that's where this variable that we wrote comes into play, scene to load. How do we know what scene to load is? Well, all we need to do is take the value of our player pref and add 1 to it. So if we know we're going to load a game, that's when we can actually say scene to load is equal to save transfer value plus 1, semicolon. So that means that scene to load will now be equal to 3, which means that scene 3, if we go to our build settings, is the park scene. So that's how we can actually set it so as we go to the correct scene. Now, this may require a little bit more intuitive, I can't even say that word, a little later on. But we'll get around to that when we get to those scenes. So, next thing we need to do is where we've got this bit here, where we have load scene, rather than have the number 2 in the brackets, we need to put scene to load. So, scene to load and save. And then if we head back into Unity, give it a second just to compile everything we've created here. Shouldn't take too long. And that should be everything we need. So if we press play again now, and if we try pressing load game, it shouldn't work. However, let's go through. So let's start game now, but let's cheat a little bit. Let's pretend that we're going through that scene just to save time and make sure we save. Now head into the park scene, press play. And as soon as it starts, it will register that save. So we now have that load state set. So that is stored inside the game values itself. So if we go back to main menu now and press play, the game thinks we've got past that first scene in the classroom and we've made it to that save point of the second scene. So we can load game. And it will take us to the park. So that's how we can easily get the game to remember where we have and where we have not been. Obviously, if you try clicking load game and there is nothing to load, nothing would happen whatsoever. But that's up to you, whatever you want to do with that. So, as we mentioned previously in one of the earlier tutorials, we've already set up a scene ready for the credits. And the idea is that when we click this button here, it will take us to the credits scene. We'll be able to see the credits and it'll just take us back to the main menu. So that's what we're going to achieve in this tutorial. We're going to use methods that we've learned before, but we're going to use them slightly differently to show you just how all the mechanics that you've learned over the last 19 tutorials can be manipulated and changed to suit whatever narrative you want in your game. So firstly, let's go to our scenes and let's go to our credits scene. And already we have just a blank scene because there is nothing literally in here. So I want this background to be white. I want it to kind of match the actual main menu. So it kind of seems a bit seamless. So let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to Raw Image. Let's stretch this all the way across the scene. So 0, 0, 0, 0. And at this point, you can probably see just how quickly you can create things in Unity now because you just know what to do. And the idea of what we're doing here is we're going to create a text box that basically just scrolls upwards. And when it's finished, we go back to the main menu. So firstly, let's rename this as background. And then let's go to Game Object, let's go to UI, and let's go to text. Let's change the text color to maybe kind of an off black, my slightly grey kind of color. And let's bold this one. And I guess what we could do is we could change the font size a bit because it's probably going to be a bit small when we do this to the canvas. So let's set up our canvas next. So as always, let's change it to scale and set our resolution 1920, 1080, and always in center. Next thing we want to do is move our text down below the actual screen, so probably around there. And I'm going to stretch it downward, simply because this is it'll make sense as we type this in. So what we'll say is developer, and then we'll hit return a few times and we'll say programmer. Let's stretch this across a bit more. There we go. And let's say play testers, and then we'll go down a couple more and we'll say special thanks. So already it doesn't look too enticing, doesn't look much like a credit scene. However, rest assured, it will do when we get round to the whole process. So next, I want to set this as right. So there we go. It's right against the right-hand side, so that's fine. Let's have the font size as 48. And let's stretch it a little bit more just so as everything fits. Right, so that's not going to look much different right now. We're not going to see anything at all. However, when we get it scrolling up, it's going to look just fine. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to rename that text and say title, i.e. that this is the job title of people. And then hold Control, press D to duplicate, and then move that duplication over just a little bit. And let's set it to the left, and I'm going to unbold it. And firstly, I'm going to put pretty much my name for everything here. So Jimmy Vegas, and then programmer is Mr. Jimmy Vegas. You know, you would actually put whoever the correct person is for this job title, playtesters. Jimmy V. Who else can I put? I'll put YouTube subs. You've play tested this technically. And who else can be a playtester? Maybe Joe Vlogs. And if we go down a bit more, we'll say special thanks. I'll put my wife because I love my wife very much, Mrs. Vegas. So what we've essentially done here is we've created two text boxes, one for the job title, one for the actual credit name, and we'll put credit name there. The next thing to do would be to animate these. And the easiest way to do that is head to animations. And let's start with the title. And let's go to animation. Let's create, and we'll put title scroll. And then we'll press record. And now what we want to do is we want to make sure the very first keyframe is the exact position it is right now on the Y. And you can tell the difference if we select our move tool. You can see that everything gets set. It's only going to be on this one. So we just need to make sure that the Y position is set exactly as it is here. So we can copy that number in there, set it to 0, and then paste the actual value. So there, it's set. We'll have this scrolling over, let's say 10 seconds, because it's a very short credit scene. If you want them to scroll slower, you would take longer. If you want to scroll faster, you would be quicker, so 5 seconds. We'll do 600. So by the 600th frame, we want our credits to be up there. So we'll say 756. So remember that number, 756. Next, let's press the record button once again. And let's now set the animation for the credit name. So select credit name, go to animation, click on create, and we'll put cred scroll. So press record and remember to set that Y position. So we can copy that Y position, set it to 0, and then paste our Y position. And next, go to the same frame as before, so 600, and set it to whatever we had the other one as. So mine was 756. So whatever yours was as the final position on the Y for the title, that's what you put here. So now let's press the record button, click on project. Now let's click on that cred scroll, untick loop time, and the other one was title scroll, untick loop time, and press play. And we should see our credits scroll nicely the screen. Excellent. So that works perfectly as intended. So when we get to the 10th second, obviously the animation will stop. So what we need to do now is we need to create a script that acts on this credit scene and takes us back to the main menu. So let's go to our scripts. And as this is not any specific main scene, we can just do it here. So create a new script and we'll put cred to main and we'll open that up in Visual Studio. So the idea is we're just going to use a coroutine to wait for 10 seconds and then send ourselves back to main menu. Because we're using the load scene feature, we need to add in the namespace using Unity engine.scene management. And as always, I will leave this script in the pinned comment for you to download for free. Get rid of void update, don't need it. Get rid of the annotations, don't need them. We do, however, need a coroutine. So enumerator, and we'll call it credits back because we're going back from the credits. Open close bracket, open curly bracket. Like I said, we wait for 10 seconds because that's how long our credits take to run. So yield, return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets 10. Obviously, if yours takes 20 seconds, put 20. After this, we need to say scene manager dot load scene and then the scene number, which is our main menu. So let's quickly double check that. Let's go to file and check on the build settings, and main menu is scene number 1. So we can put that in there with a semicolon. Finally, in void start, we put start coroutine, and in brackets, the name of the coroutine we've just done, which is credits back, open close bracket, semicolon, and save. Let's head back into Unity, give it a second to compile. And essentially, all we need to do is we need to put this script on a game object. So we can go game object, create empty, let's call it cred control, and then drag and drop the cred to main script on there. There's no variables, so if we press play now, wait for 10 seconds for the credits to scroll, we should go back to the main menu. And obviously, the next thing to logically do would be to link that button on the main menu. So we'll do that once we've tested this out. So far, so good. And there we go, our main menu. So let's get this credits button working next. So let's save that scene and head to the scenes folder and go to main menu. Now we've created buttons before, we know how to link them together. So let's go to menu control and let's double click on main menu script. Next thing to do is create the sequence that will basically take us to our credits. So like we did with start game and load game, let's create a new method. So public void go to credits, open close bracket, open curly bracket. And naturally, we want these two lines to play. So we want the button click to sound and we want the fade out to occur. So both of them lines would be the same. Next thing to do is write the coroutine for that. So much like these here, we can just copy that transfer to class scene and let's paste it below and call it transfer to credits. We wait for 3 seconds and then we load the scene. So let's quickly double check what our scene number is for the credits. And it is currently number 4. Naturally, if you have more scenes, that credit scenes might end up being 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So just make sure you keep an eye on that credit scene number. So we can put it as 4 for now. So we need to make sure that our method for that button now refers to transfer to credits. So head back up and let's go to this one here, go to credits, and let's say start coroutine, and in brackets, transfer to credits. Open close bracket, semicolon, and save. And let's head back into Unity and give it a second just to compile, as always. There we go. And finally, let's set up our button on the canvas. So credits, we just need to click on the plus on list is empty, drag and drop menu control, click no function, click on main menu, and then click on go to credits. I'm now going to save the scene. Let's press play and let's test this out. Hopefully we should be able to keep looping round and round. So credits. And there we go. We scroll our credits. Excellent. And this should take us back to the main menu. And there we go. Excellent. So let's just make sure we can do it again. Make sure that credit scene loads. And it does. Excellent. Okay. Perfect. So this is really coming together now. So importing fonts into Unity has changed over time. If you're following this series in an older version of Unity, you may not have to do some of the steps that we use in this tutorial, simply because it's TextMesh Pro. So in older versions of Unity, you didn't have TextMesh Pro as default like we do here, and that is the reason why we have to do the extra steps. Unity and TextMesh Pro isn't really able to read a font file. We have to do some extra steps and conversion and build a font file. So how do we do this? Well, firstly, let's go to our assets folder up here and let's right click, create a new folder, and we'll just call it fonts. And for every font you import, you have to do the same step. So if you've got 10 fonts, you'll have to do the same thing 10 times. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the fonts folder and I'm going to drag and drop this font. I am not going to put this font for you to download for free. I obviously don't have permission to distribute this font. So there are plenty of sites out there where you can download all kinds of different fonts if you want. This is just a random font that I've chosen, which was on my machine. That's basically the reason why I can't distribute it, because it's not something I've created per se. But if you are in an older version of Unity, I will cover this because I know people do tend to use different versions of Unity to get along. But we'll take the Start Game button, and on the text down here, you'll have something which says font or font asset. Older versions of Unity that don't use TextMesh Pro, you can simply just drag and drop that font there. But obviously, because we are in a later version of Unity, we're actually in 2022 version and using TextMesh Pro, we're not able to just drag and drop the font. Why is that? basically because Text Mesh Pro cannot read this sort of font. So what do we do? Well, if we select the font and then up here, we go to Window, down to Text Mesh Pro, you can see we have an option for Font Asset Creator. So if we click this, we have a box open up. Now, how do we use this? It's actually very easy. There are multiple different options that you can choose from, but we just want to get a font file in place for us to use in different places. So all we would need to do is drag and drop this font up here, or you can select this button, find the font, and select it that way. So drag and drop. We'll keep it as auto sizing and we'll keep the padding set as whatever the default would be for you because there's no point in us going to extreme lengths to worry about any of this. What do we do here? Well, we can change the character set if we want to. I'm going to keep it as ASCII. Render mode we'll keep as SDF AA. You can use the others if you want to. That is if your font is really expanded, but it's not in this case. Ours is just a standard font. All we do now is generate font atlas. It may take a couple of minutes depending on what your font actually looks like, but you'll likely get these options that say characters missing from font file. Don't worry about those at all. Most of the time, these font files have every character you would feasibly need inside an actual font. The rest of it, again, don't worry about it at all. Once it's done, you can either click Save or Save As. And what it will do is it will ask you to save that asset. And you can see that mine's called Corbel SDF. I'm happy with that, so I can just save it as it is. And you'll notice this other font is created. So this font is now an asset of this actual font. And this cannot be used in a standard text box. So if you're in older Unity, you cannot use the asset. You have to use the text. Obviously, this version, we can use this. So let's go back to our Start Game button and scroll down. And we've got here the font asset. We can just drag and drop. And there we go. So our start button font has now changed. It looks a little bit more dramatic. I know I've used dramatic a couple of times in this tutorial already, but that's kind of what we're going for here. Now it just depends where you want to apply your font. So if we want to apply it to every single button, we can feasibly select those buttons and drag and drop or select here. So rather than drag and drop, let's select our button and let's select Corbel. And you can see all the buttons change in line with the font. Cool. So we can simply save that. What about the rest of the font? Well, I don't want every font to be the same. So let's work out what would look good in this font and what wouldn't. So if we go to scenes, let's go to our credit scene that we created last tutorial. And let's imagine what it would look like if both of these had the same font. So let's select, press play, see how it looks in this font. Are we happy with it or are we not? Hopefully we will be happy. And is it going to? Come on, Unity, sometime today. Don't you just love it when Unity has a brief moment, we'll call it. See, I think that looks kind of cool. However, what I might do, just to show diversity in all of this, let's have the title set back as our original font and see how that looks. So this is where you can mix and match the fonts depending on what's going on. See, there is a slight mismatch between everything now. So in this instance, it might be wise to keep both the same font. Perfect. Let's save that. But what about the other scenes that we have? Let's go to our class scene. Let's go to that. And let's go to the canvas and let's go to our text box. And we've got character name. I think we will keep our character name as that standard font. And the speak text, I think we'll have as the new font we've just imported. And again, this is where it all mixes and matches. Next button, let's also have that as the new font. Let's press play, see how it looks. So a lot of this is just playtesting to make sure everything looks okay. And hopefully it should. Yep, I think that's brilliant. I'm happy with that. So you take the time to go through all your other scenes, change the font as you need to. It's entirely up to you. There's no right or wrong in all of this. There's no you should do this with your font, you shouldn't do this with your font. It is 100% up to you. So I did mention that I also wanted to add some extra stuff to the main menu, so I am going to save that park scene now and head back to the main menu. So the big thing about this is we're at the stage now where we want to refine our game. We want to make it look like a really good game, like you would expect to see. And that these buttons just suddenly appearing doesn't do it for me. So we're going to create a fade in slightly different than what we have done previously. So let's go to game object, let's go to UI, and let's go to raw image. We'll call this fade in, and let's set the anchoring as full and 0, 0, 0, 0. And let's go to our animations and let's create the animation for fade in. So create, I'll put fade in. Obviously, means main menu. Let's press the record button, first keyframe, and let's set the alpha as 255 because we all know the fade screens are done using the alpha. Let's go to frame 120. So we fade in over 2 seconds and set the alpha to 0. And then let's stop recording, go to project, and let's go to fade in, which is that one, untick loop time. And let's press play to see how it looks. We're not going to be able to actually do anything with the main menu. Hopefully you've already figured out why, but that looks better visually. See, we can't do anything. Have you figured out why we can't do anything? Of course you have. It's because the fade in is down here. We obviously need to set a line of code now to turn this fade in off. So let's do that. Let's go to the menu control and let's go to main menu. And we need to declare this as a variable at the top. So serialize field. And it'll be a game object. And we'll call it fade in, semicolon. And what it means is that after 2 seconds, we have to stop this from happening. Now, we do have coroutines down here. We could theoretically use them if we wanted to, but it's probably not best to. So what we can do is we can create another quick coroutine. So we'll say enumerator. And don't worry about the amount of methods and coroutines in one single script. You know, some of these scripts that you can write in games can stretch for thousands of lines, have multiple methods, multiple coroutines. So don't ever worry about there being too many in one single script. And then we'll just call it stop fade, close bracket, open curly bracket. And we'll have yield, return new, wait for seconds, and in brackets 2, because that's how long our fading in takes. And then after that, we'll say fade in dot set active, and in brackets, false, semicolon. And then back up to the top where we have the void start. Let's put start coroutine, and in brackets, the name of the coroutine we just put. So stop fade, close bracket, semicolon, and save. Let's head back into Unity. Now, obviously, the fade in, we won't be able to click any buttons while we're fading in, but it's only 2 seconds for dramatic effect. So then after that, we should be able to click our buttons. So let's press play. And we should see our fade in. Awesome. We haven't assigned it. So let's go to menu control and let's actually assign the fade in and then try again. See, notice down here, we have that. So whenever you make a mistake in Unity or anything, you'll find out by using the console. Yeah, but we faded in nicely and we can click all of our buttons. So up to this point, we're looking really good now. We've got all of our scenes in place. The only one we don't have ready to go is the splash screen. And a splash screen is essentially the first screen that you would see whenever your game loads. So think about whenever you load into whatever game you're playing, whether it's Final Fantasy, and you see the Square Enix logo, that's the splash screen. So best thing to do is to use your very own logo in all of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the textures folder and I'm going to import my own personal little logo. It's nothing fancy. It's the one I've been using all these years on whatever tutorials I do, whatever games I make. And I'm going to use this to basically create an animation for a splash screen, and then we'll link that main splash screen to the main menu. Firstly, though, let's go to our scenes, and we have to ensure that our splash screen is indeed scene 0. The reason it has to be scene 0 is whenever you start up Unity, 0 is always the first scene that is loaded into the game. You can do whatever you want from there. Obviously, you could take scene 0 and then you could make a script that instantly takes you to scene 7 or something, whatever. But 0 is always the starting point. So let's go to our scenes and let's go to splash screen. Now, because the theme of all of this is a white background, that's exactly what I'm going to start with. So game object and UI and raw image. We'll stretch the whole thing and 0, 0, 0, 0 it all out. As always, remember to set your canvas. So we already know how to do this. We've done it many times. So scale, set your resolution, and make sure it's matched dead center. Perfect. Let's rename the raw image to background. And this is where you can either use text, you can do whatever you want here. So I'm going to create an animation for this logo, and then I'll create another animation just to give you some ideas of what you can develop. After all, if this is your very first game, you need these ideas to, build it yourself. So let's go to game object again. Let's go to UI and raw image. I'm going to center this raw image. Not going to change the width and the height. I'm going to do that using the rect tool. But we just need to drag and drop the texture for the logo into there. And you can see it's rather small and not very good right now. So let's use the rect tool. Let's change the size, something like that. That looks okay. So it would look like that. I mean, you could theoretically just have that as it is, just no problem whatsoever. If you want to set your bitmap, absolutely, go ahead and do that. So you'll find that some games do indeed just have that, and you could just have that as it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with an animation with it stretched completely. But what I'll do is actually set a height and a width I'm happy with that I can remember. So we'll say 800 by 200, and that still looks okay. So those numbers I've got to remember. The anchoring point is also important, and let's rename this to logo. Now, let's go to our animations folder and let's make sure that we do have the logo selected. Let's click on animation, create, and we'll just put this as logo anim 1. Let's press the record button. And firstly, let's actually set this as completely stretched like that. And I'm going to set the alpha as completely 0. After 1 second, so frame 60, I am then going to reset the actual width still as 800, but we'll also set the height back as 200, so it's dead center, and also set the alpha as 255. I'm going to leave the logo lingering on screen for maybe 5 seconds, so we'll go to frame 360, and we'll also set the width as 800, 200. And the reason we basically do that is it just means that the frames between 60 and 300 stay exactly the same. They don't move. So it's basically just setting all the values again. And then I'll have it fade out over 2 seconds. So I'm going to go to frame 480 and then fade out like so. Let's press the stop button and let's go to project and find the animation, which was logo anim, untick loop time, and I'm going to press play and see how this looks. Excellent. So that's just kind of one way of creating that animation. Perfect. I think that's really, really good. Obviously, it doesn't have to take as long as mine does. You could just have it, shrink for that second. You could have it displayed for a second and then fade out. It's entirely up to you. But here's, let's go with another idea. Let's hold control, press D on that. Let's change it to logo 2. And let me remove the animator so we can create a whole new animation for this. And I'm going to turn off the original logo. You could just do something real simple, like if we set the alpha on our raw image to 0, and let's create a new animation. So logo, anim 2, press record. First keyframe, obviously we'll set the alpha to 0, and then we'll set 60, and we'll set it to 255, and then we'll have it display for 2 seconds on this one. So that's an extra, what is it, 120 frames. So frame 180, set the alpha as 255 again. So then by frame 240, we've completely faded out. And stop the animation, and logo and M2, untick loop time, and press play. And this is just another one that you could have, just a simple fade in and fade out. So it's entirely up to you what you want to do with your splash screen. I would recommend playing around and seeing what ideas you can come up with. So I'm going to untick logo 2 and set my original logo back on, and just make sure it's still okay. Cool. Yep, that's good. So now we need to make a script that takes our splash screen into our main menu. So to do that, we can go to our scripts, right click and create a new script. And we'll call this splash to main, and open it up in Visual Studio. And much like we did with the credits to main menu, it's pretty much the exact same script. You could theoretically use the same one. However, the chances of your splash screen being 10 seconds long, like the credits is well, very, very slim. But it doesn't matter at all. You know, you can have all these scripts. It doesn't matter. Just imagine how many scripts exist for a Grand Theft Auto game. Quite a lot. So using Unity engine dot scene management semicolon. Let's create the coroutine for it. So I enumerator, and we'll call it splash sequence, close bracket and open curly bracket. And I think how long was my animation? I literally did it, and I can't remember how long my animation was. 8 seconds. So after 8 seconds, I am going to take myself to the main menu. So yield, return, new, wait 4 seconds, and in brackets, 8, semicolon. And then we'll do scene manager dot load scene, and in brackets, 1, because 1 is our main menu scene, which means that in our start method, we say start coroutine, and in brackets, splash sequence, open close bracket, semicolon. Let's get rid of the update method and the annotations because we don't need them. Wasted space. Save the script and then head back into Unity. Give it a moment just to compile. And next thing we need to do is go to Game Object, create empty, splash control, and then drag and drop the splash to main onto there. There's no variables, but let's now test this to make sure it does take us to our main menu. So far, so good. Fade out should happen. And we go to the main menu. Perfect. It's almost like it's seamless. It's really nice how that flows. So next thing we need to do is let's add a line of code for this quick game. And I'll talk a little bit about that quick game button when we've written this line of code in. So let's go to, in fact, let's save our scene. Let's go to our main menu. Let's go to menu control and open up the main menu script. And let's create a method for our button. So we'll say public void quit game, close bracket, open curly bracket, and we just put application dot quit, close bracket, semicolon, and save. And what I will do is I will put the entire script for this main menu in the pinned comment for you to download, because over the last couple of tutorials, this main menu script has grown quite a lot, and I know people do struggle with coding, and they would like to go through it, a little bit at a time to figure out what's going on. So it will be in there for you to download. So once we've done that, let's head back into Unity, give it a second to compile. And now we just need to make sure that we set the button. So the canvas, quit game. Let's go and click plus, drag and drop menu control, click on no function, main menu, and quit game, and save. So let's press play now, and let's have a look at this quit button, and then let's talk about it. All good. Our buttons all cover, all good. Click over them. Quit game. Does nothing. Now, we have written a line of code there, and it's not that it's doing nothing. The idea of this is that because we're in the test environment, i.e., the Unity engine, we're playing inside the engine, there is no application to quit. So that application.quit line will only function whenever the game itself is an actual standalone application. So right now, we are in a position where we actually have a game that we could theoretically build and distribute. Yes, our game right now only has 2 scenes. It's rather small, not a lot goes on, but that's where you would build this further. And we'll talk about that a little later on. Now, there are a couple of things that we can explore in Unity to, do final things, make sure things are all okay. If we go to edit and take a look in a couple of these settings, let's start with project settings. Now, in here, you can have plenty of actual things that you can work with. So, like if you wanted to work with the editor or graphics or input manager, that's completely fine. But there are things here that we can input to make it look kind of cool. So, firstly, let's go to player and let's have the company name. Well, I'm just going to put Jimmy Vegas Game Studios. Obviously, you would put whatever you want. Product name. What do we call it? Last Reflection. That was it. Version. Whatever version you want this to be for, that's completely fine. Now, if you want to release different versions, updates and whatever, you could manually adjust that version here. This is the first one for us, so I want to keep it as 1.0. Default icon. So this will be the icon that will be the executable. And if we click select, we can pick anything we've really imported. So we could use one of our characters if we wanted to. We could use, the logo if you wanted. It's entirely up to you. I'm going to go with Akame. Akame, what do we say? Akane, wasn't it? Akame. Akame is from Like a Dragon Gaiden. Akane. So we'll use that as the logo for this game. So we can set that. Further down, we have some extra options that we can choose. So we've got, icon override for different version, different, whatever. If you wanted to override it for any reason, you could change things here. If you wanted it full screen, you can do all these different settings. What I would recommend though is leaving most of these default and seeing how it looks the first time. You can then come back into a lot of these options and change them. Like, for example, if you wanted a splash image for if you do a VR mode or whatever, you could change it here. It's entirely up to you. I'm going to leave everything as default. You obviously have different options for different platforms. Like if you want it for Android, iOS, then you've got a universal Windows platform. This is where you would set a lot of your settings for the actual executable. So player rather than mean player of the game, it means the executable player of the game, if that makes sense. Another one you could look at is the quality. In a game like this, the quality doesn't really matter because it's not intense. If you're trying to create a really graphical survival horror game, then yes, the quality settings would be relevant. Most of these, again, for this style of game, aren't relevant, but it doesn't matter. If you want to change some of these things and dig deeper than what I'm going into in this tutorial, you obviously can. We just want to get the main things in place for our game. So once we've got these settings all there, what we could do is we could theoretically bug test, but we don't really want to do that just yet because we don't know what this executable is going to be like when we play it. So how do we make it? Well, if we go to File, and in this version, Build Settings, in Unity 6, it's a bit different, but you do indeed have these settings there. You can get to the correct menu, and you just need to find anywhere that says either Build or Build and Run. You have a drop down on Build, if you want to do any of them, clean build or for skip data build. We don't really want to. We just want to build it and run it. So make sure that we click this, and it will give us the option to create a folder. We'll just right click. Let's go new and folder. We'll call it last reflection. And in that folder, click on select folder, and Unity will now begin building that executable file. So, what is happening at this point? What is Unity doing? Well, it's compiling everything that we've created, all in our scenes, everything, all our scripts, and it's putting it all into files which can then be shared. If you've played any games in Unity before, you may have seen them on itch.io or GOG or even Steam for that matter. You'll notice that there are certain files that exist whenever you build something in Unity. And there we go, we started straight away. Let's make sure this works, then we'll talk a little bit more about the executable and what you can do with it. So this should take us to our main menu, and it does. And already we can see where we need to work on some of the bugs, because these are a little bit too far that way. And I'm hoping you already know what the problem is. Let's go to credits. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, that's okay. I'm happy with that. And it should take us to the main menu. Perfect. So let's start game. So this is all the playtesting that we'll do to kind of work out where the bugs exist. So we already know the main menu has some bugs. So far, yeah. Hiding over in the corner. Yeah. Oh, you startled me. I didn't expect you there. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go to the park and look for a carne. So this fades out. Awesome. Let's start looking. So hopefully we should be able to look. So yes, so here we also have some problems. So this one looks okay. This one is a bit mismatched. Akane needs to go down a little bit. So this is where all playtesting bugs will happen. So let's Alt F4 out of that. And let's now tackle these bugs. So let's go to the main menu. Scenes, main menu. And hopefully you already know, like I say, what this is. It's all about the anchoring point. So we need to make sure that our buttons are anchored correctly. So let's select all 4 buttons and set the anchoring to middle and left. So we want them to always appear in this section, although I suppose we could do middle and bottom, just so as they always do appear correctly right here. That's fine. Next, we need to set these the images. We should have these not as center, but as bottom right, just so as they always appear relative this way. Finally, the logo at the top. Let's have that like so. So now when we build this game again and we go to the main menu, everything should look a bit more relative and it should look a bit more normalized. Let's save. Now, the other bugs that we had were in the park scene. So these are the major bugs. So once again, let's go to canvas and let's go to Akane shot. And we need to change her point of reference on the anchoring to the bottom, center bottom. So when it comes to this style of game, I think you'll probably find a lot of the bugs you'll come across are misaligned textures because we've not set the anchoring point. It can be very common for people to forget about the anchoring point, and that is where all this comes into play. So let's. What was the other option? Oh, yes, it was the buttons, wasn't it? So it was the house interact. The house interact should not be like this. We need to anchor that in the top right. And the tree interact was okay. That was roughly right. So now what we've done is we've addressed the bugs that we found. So let's play test again. So to do that, we actually need to rebuild the game. So let's click build and run once again. Make sure we go to the last reflection folder, select folder, and it will overwrite everything you've previously built. Hopefully this will take a little bit. There we go. Not as long. So now let's make sure that the bug fixes have indeed been fixed. We should be able to see the buttons correctly, and we can. Excellent. And where are the characters? Characters are not appearing. So obviously we've done something to the characters, but this gives us a great opportunity to quit game. So let's make sure that that button does work now. Excellent, the button works. So remember when I said that application.quit doesn't work inside the Unity engine, but does in the executable? There we go, that's where it works. So once more, let's go to our main menu. And what we can do is let's take our 3 images. Let's actually center them. Let's see what it looks like if they are centered. Resave, file, build and run, and let's do it this way. Once we've confirmed that this looks okay, we'll talk about where to go with development from here, because there are many things that you can do. Let's see if this is okay. So yeah, we know the buttons are okay. There we go. So I think that looks a little bit better now. They are appearing on the screen. Where is our next one? Are we going to get the next one? Yep. And finally, hopefully we can see Akane appear. Is he going to generate it next? No. Well, either way, it should be okay because the other two were fine. Let's click Start Game. Let's make sure that we can indeed see the buttons correctly on the second scene. So yeah, let's go there. That's fine. Let's get through all of this. I think the text box might be a little bit tall. I guess that's something you could change if you want to. So let's start looking for Akane. Yeah, okay. So can we have the button here? We can. Perfect. And she appears perfectly normal. Excellent. So there probably is more that you can do in terms of bug fixing, tweaking, making things better, like that text box, change that. But let's talk about what to do now. You followed every tutorial. If you're watching the full version of this tutorial, that's like nearly 5 hours long, then you're at the point now where you think, okay, I've got this. Where do I go? Well, what you can do is you could create further scenes. You could create your own story with these characters and you would build things. Let's say you wanted to have multiple choice options. For example, Akane is on the scene and says, who should I talk to? Should I talk to Haruka or Kasumi? Well, remember how we did those buttons where you could look behind the tree or look behind the cabin? You could use that exact same method to create multiple choice. And you could create other little mini games inside just using buttons. For example, if you were at a point where you say, should we go to the classroom, the park, or the shops? Again, you could have multiple choice, and whatever button you press, you could go to whichever scene that corresponds to. So the best thing for you to do now is create a story from all of this. Get some textures for your backgrounds. I've provided you with a few. AI can generate a lot of cool things these days. So if you fancy reaching out to an AI tool to generate a background image, just do it. Use it as a placeholder until you can get proper art, things like that. To learn more about coding, I have plenty of videos on my channel about all different things regards of coding. There's so much to see and do on my channel, so there's videos there for you to check out. In terms of publishing your game, what you can do is you can use sites like itch.io, or you could even go with somewhere like Steam. It just depends how far you want to reach with your game and how good you think your game is, and do you need people to test it for you before you go big time? For example, take your game to itch.io, get people to play it, test it, learn what they like, don't like, fix those things, change those things, add things, and then take it to Steam and sell it on Steam for whatever price you would like. So think of it as that. In 22 tutorials, you've learned the skills to create a visual novel game. You've then learned where to put it to learn more about it, develop it more, and then you've also learned a place that you can put it, sell it, and make an income from what you've learned. That's what this channel is all about, creating games from scratch to help you build and reach a dream. So I want to thank you very much for sticking with me over the past couple of hours and past tutorials and all stuff like that. Hope you've enjoyed it. And as I said, feel free to subscribe, comment, whatever. I have loads of tutorials on my channel. I upload regularly, at least once a week with brand new tutorials and new ideas and everything. So hopefully I will see you in another one of my tutorials. Thank you once again, and take care.